generation of involvement. This is the higher.
just can't see.
So don't get it twisted. Please don't get it twisted. Alright. I'm not going to the Quran how we wanted to search the Quran in regards to meaning, chapter 47, and how we wanted to metaphor things. Alright, but y'all sit back, read, y'all sit back, relax, just, enjoy the video, alright? Alright, we're gonna start off with the Quran question. First question, who made you? Answer, Allah. Second question, who is Allah? Allah is the Father of the universe. Can we see him? Answer is no. Where is the nearest place to meet him? In the heart. Who is Noble Drali? He is Allah's prophet. What is a prophet? A prophet is a thought of Allah in the flesh. What is the duty of a prophet? To say things about Allah. Who is the founder of the Moorish Empire? Noble Drali. What year was the Moorish Empire founded? 1930. Where? The work in New Jersey. Where was Noble Drali born? In the state of North Carolina, 1886. What is his nationality? Moorish American. What is your nationality? Moorish American. Why are we Moorish Americans? Because we are descendants of Moroccan Empire in America. For what purpose was the Moorish Temple of America founded? Again, like I said earlier, for the uplifting of fallen man. How did the prophet begin to uplift the Moorish Americans? By teaching them to teach themselves. Now, I just wanted to go into those 16 questions and answers just to get your mind and you choose to move. Understand? Because this is deeper. The information that the prophet of Christ brought to us is deeper than what you think. Okay? He really knew it, understood it. Where we going, especially at the same time. Alright? And we need this information to change life a whole. We need it. Like hands down, we need this information. Some people know, like I always say, understand who you are. Understand the land that you are on. Understand spirituality, who you are, where you come from. It is so important. Okay? It's very important. Now, what I would say, I went to some editorial statements made by Drali, and we'll figure out things as I read them. Okay? Noble Drali brought the name to nationality back to America. But it wasn't separated from the name of the forefathers. The name was given to him, which had no connection with them, was available to civilization. Conscious for them to counsel they are not people who lack the color or Ethiopia, because these things were enslaved by slave owners in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. And the liberation of nations, no consideration is given to people who are not of the nation. Black people have no nation. Colorful people have no nation. Negroes have no nation. Okay, reason is because you cannot connect the word black to a land with a flag or constitution or a seal or bloodline. And vice versa, it doesn't Bible. Okay? So you serve in your league. Because the first ran away from the Moors. And they forced them to respond. They were not slaves, they were bound freely. The subsequent generation followed them in bondage. They were separated from the illustrious history of their forefathers, were the founders of civilization. Now that kind of goes back to how you people say, well, the black man was the original man. Now, we understand exactly what they're saying, but it's not the proper terminology to use to identify a living, breathing, flesh and blood being. Okay? This is not the right way to go. All right, question. Who are the Moorish Americans? The Moorish Americans are the direct descendants of the ancient Moabite, Moorish, Aboriginal, and natural dwellers of ancient Northwest and Southwest Amexem. The Northwest and Southwest continents of Amexem are commonly known as Northwest and Southwest Africa. Northwest and Southwest Africa are contemporarily known as North America, Central and
Islam. Peace, Morris. We're here. Welcome for our 7th annual Noble Jubilee Day celebration. Give it up for the Prophet. We also give it up for yourselves for being here. I'm Kujo Adwell, Grand Chief for the Moorish Science Temple of America, Moorish Divine National Movement, Moorish Holy Temple of Science for Canaanland territory. We every year we make sure that we follow the lessons of one of our great leaders, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who taught us that we have to canonize our own saints, meaning that if we don't respect our own, there ain't nobody gonna respect us until we respect our own. So we have our ritual that we gotta do, making sure we get the ancestors on our side. So we're just gonna start off with our prayer. If we get everybody rise, whoever doesn't want to take part, please hold your peace. We're facing the east, which is this way. 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Yeah, right. Allah, the Father of the universe, Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation. By night and by day, through His holy prophet, Noble Jubilee, Islam. Ashe. So we already know it's football weekend, so you know how it goes already, right? Another thing that we do on Noble Jubilee Day, like I was saying, is making sure that we acknowledge people who have been contributing to the upliftment of fallen humanity and the upliftment of themselves. We have a good session today. One of our familiar faces is here, Brother Setnara Bay, who's going to be presented. To give it up for Brother Setnara. And we have a new installment to Canaanland. First time here, so we want to make sure we give it up for Brother Ross Bennett. And before we go to the lecture, we're going to do our acknowledgments. So, taking time to make sure that everything's running smooth, to make sure that there's no issues, you know what I mean? When people act crazy, you know, throw stuff through windows and stuff like that, this is the individual who gets called, you know what I mean? So the first acknowledgement is going to go to one of our own, our secretary, Brother Mario Bay, who's come up and give your acknowledgement. So the Noble Jewelry Award is presented to those who you know, put their hard work and they support and they assist and they help in the uplifting of all humanity, as well as through themselves and their families, making sure that our communities are a better place for our future generations. So once again, I'm Mario Bay. All right, yeah, we got them. The unexpected ones are the best. Another supporter. Again, you know, the theme of the Moorish movement is uplifting fallen humanity, and we recognize through the teachings of Noble Jewelry that humanity is woman. Humanity is the feminine principle. So we have to make sure that, you know, we honor the feminine principle, and so in turn we can be honored, right? So this Noble Jewelry Award is, well, you know, people might cry and stuff like that. Sister Naeem, L. Come on down. I know that you were going to cry. That's why I gave you love, right? Give you some love. All right. And the reason why we're acknowledging our sister, because she's taken, you know, I mean, 6-hour bus rides and stuff like that to make sure she's here. There's people who are 5 minutes from here that don't recognize their own stuff. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. And thank you. Told y'all she was going to cry. Told y'all. You knew it. You know what's up. Again, you know, once again, you know, honoring the picture, you know. Well, don't sit down yet, Sister Khalifa. Why you come on down? Once again, you know what I mean? We have these individuals that take, you know, 12-hour bus rides and plane rides and stuff like that to come to Canaanland, right? To acknowledge what's going on out here. So we have to give you props. You know, you're not gonna cry. You might hit me later. Thank you. All right. We appreciate you. Once again, Sister Khalifa. These two are special right here. Yeah. These two are special. This is one of the youngest ones. Well, for today, it's one of the youngest ones that we're going to give out. We just put out an album called Wisdom of the Womb. Our Moroccan compilation album, and we you know, brought some people together to make sure that we can have the Moorish theme throughout this album. This album, it was supposed to be released today, but we had some issues with the printing people or whatever, but we're still gonna go with it being released today, even though we don't have it. So we want to acknowledge one of the individuals that is getting their exposure for being a spoken word artist. So we want to call up Sister Raven to get your acknowledgement. This was the first time we're recording, and you know, when you hear the album, you'll see that she killed the album. So she did her part. So thank you. And as well, we have another one here, which is for her sister, who right now is embarking on the vegan journey, right? And she's going harder than a lot of people who, she's going hard on the vegan journey. So make sure you give that to her, let her know that we appreciate her taking the steps on something. Now we can't go without, we got three more. We also want to call up, Brother Omar had started the Moorish Culture Club. And the Moorish Culture Club was basically for the Moors to have an institution outside of the temple that would facilitate, you know, events like these. We had the camp yesterday, and some other things. Brother Omar has made sure that he has a good group of people around him that help him get the work done. We cannot move forward without acknowledging the matriarchal principle that holds this thing together. We want to call up our good mother, all our mothers, Sister Mocha all day. So we have to honor mom, especially when she's keeping us on our toes, making sure the tables have cloths on them and stuff like that. So we thank you so much, and we appreciate you for your commitment. Thank you.
I have to say that none of us would be here today if it weren't for our Grand Chief Cujo. So I'd like us to give a little
Oh, Brother Omar, would you please make use of you to do this one right here?
All right, so I am Brother Omar Sharif Albay, Assistant Grand Chief, creator, I guess, of Moorish Culture Club. And I guess, how long ago Skype did we have with your brother? 7 months? Some months ago, we had a Skype with a brother from Regency, not in Canaanland. And there was an energy that spoke to me. And the brother was there to want to speak all afternoon. And something touched me, and I said, we got to bring this brother up here. So I think I did know about this, but we have our Noble Lead Award for Mobe. As well, we have started to create or started to acknowledge what I feel are Moors who have come from outside of our Regency to do work here, uplift fallen humanity here. And I have taken it upon myself and felt something talk to me about acknowledging that in a sort of governmental sort of level, but not sort of officially governmental, more spiritual. And I've decided to acknowledge that with the green fez. So from Obey for the activity of athleticism vis-a-vis basketball, we give to you the green fez, Canaanland, or no, to it.
There you go. There you go, the green fez.
All right, so maybe you would like to put that on.
There you go.
Small Bay, Cali.
How you guys doing? Islam. First off, I really want to thank these guys for making this thing happen. You know, I truly believe in synchronicity and just things adding up. We had Skype conversation. I'm sure half of you guys were there. Had a chance to really get to know this guy, man. Him spend hours and hours on the phone together. But it's just an amazing thing to actually be around so many constant brothers and sisters. It's been a long journey for me because I've been seeking my whole entire life. So it's amazing, you know, once you put it all together, once the stars really align, and we're here, and it's a beautiful thing, man. Just like my brother said yesterday, man, life is to be lived, and there's times where you get on a journey and you feel like you're all alone until you run into your Moorish brothers and sisters to kind of reaffirm the things that you thought your whole entire life. So man, it's an honor, and it's a blessing to be here, man. I really appreciate all of the love you guys have given me since I consciously and remembered who I was and got back into the movement, and it's been amazing. Everybody's embraced me, and you know, we just want to continue to uplift humanity, uplift each other, and keep this thing going because it all starts with us.
Love. I'm gonna wait for this one, but we'll just get it out of the way since we're here. The first time I heard this individual actually sitting around Bay put me on, gotta listen, you got. And man, I don't know, man, you gotta listen, man. Just go to took it in, and you know, mind-blowing experience, so mind-blowing that you know we have to make it happen in proper person. So we want to say, Brother Rasben, please come up and say your acknowledgments.
Yeah, you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I know you got something, so I'm gonna hold the mic right now. Before we bring up Brother Settenrow, we got the last award. And from, you know, in the spirit of, again, recognizing the matriarchal principle, you know, we had a lot of our scholars stress the point that, you know, behind every strong man is a strong woman and stuff like that. So we want to acknowledge our sister, the bodyguard for Sister Sabina Baby. You get the secret? You get the secret.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's why we needed to know what the real thing was. Yeah. Last but not least, Brother Omar, bring you up again so you can get this going. Get the first half going on.
But for our man, Settenrow? No. So Settenrow Bay, I think Settenrow was here, you and I met the first Juali day at Oasis. Yeah. And we went out and got food, I remember that. And there was an instant bond. And yet again, through Moorish culture, something spoke to me. Something spoke to me. I know you're not a rapper, right? Something spoke to me, and I think in the vein of trying to acknowledge and to percolate this movement and this culture, Moors like Grand Sheik was talking about, who come from afar, come to do the work, and no one else has come further or has come more often than Settenrow. I felt Settenrow needed to be acknowledged as well with what I consider the honorary green fez for his consular works as well as all of the other works that he's done. He's always been there for us. So Senator, could you please come and receive your honorary green card?
Yeah.
So without further ado, oh, one more thing before I get yelled at. One more thing. For all the Moors online, for all the Moors in attendance, Great Seal of California and MoorishDirectory.com is facilitating Quran classes right now for individuals who want to get more in depth with their Moorish Holy Quran studies. You can email Moorbook at activemoors.com, MOORBOOK at activemoors.com. The classes start this week, if I'm not mistaken. And it's also after the classes, if you want to get certified as a master of Quran, they will be tested after the classes. So people who want to do the test, they can do the test. You don't have to, it's not mandatory, but if you want to get certified. So again, Moorbook at activemoors.com. Peace to the Moors with Moorish Directory, Renowned Royalty, and Great Seal Khalifa for taking the steps to making sure that our people are learning the truth about our nationality and birthrights and what Mogujuali brought. And once again, don't forget as well, Brother Abdullah El Talib Mozi Bey finally finished the book that we've been waiting for about 10 years or whatever. Moors and Masonry. You can go to his website, moorishcivilletter.net, to get the book Moors and Masonry. I believe it's 50 notes for the book. Guarantee you that you're not going to be disappointed with this book. So make sure you go to moorishcivilletter.net and pick up the book Moors and Masonry. And without any more delay, I know he's hands and pacing and stuff like that. We want to give a warm welcome to our good brother, Senator Bey. Wow. Yeah, man, they try to make me cry, yo.
I got tissue.
Huh?
I got tissue.
You got tissue.
Yeah, man. I gotta say, I am surprised though. I wasn't expecting this. You know, I know they do the acknowledgments and everything. I knew Ross was getting one. And once he started doing all the mothers, I kind of figured Spring was going to get one, but, you know, I'm just me. So, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't expecting it, so thank you. And thank you to all of y'all. Mogujuali Day, number 7. This is my 4th one. I think I did 14, 15, 16, and that. So this is number 4. So you just get used to seeing my face while I'm presenting, or if I'm just sitting in the crowd, get used to seeing my face, because I'm gonna be here at 8, 9, 10, and you know how whatever. So I just want to say honors to the Prophet, Mogujuali. Today is his holy return. And honors to all prophets, past, present, and future. Honors to all Canaanland, awakened and asleep Moors. What we're going to do? Camera roll? Yes. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see the next slide. Prophet Mogujuali said, but you know what, before I get into that, let me just a bit talk about this like somewhere about I think sometime in October, the family came under attack. And when I say the family, I mean the people that's in our immediate circle. Grand Sheikh Kujo Awil, Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, And Grand Sheik is, I know a lot of people don't know that about Roz Mariah Vibe from RVB Publications, but she is a Grand Sheik. And they all came under attack. And there was a bunch of wars. Cujo's like the vanguard. Cujo ain't happy. You start talking about the family and you start being disrespectful, Cujo's going after. It got so bad. It got so bad to where that sister that had been assassinated by the police in Baltimore, her death was put on Taj Tariq Bey and Roz Mariah Vibe from RVB Publications. Now, people go to the website to study. People watch YouTube and they get information. Or she may have just read the Constitution herself and saw what she saw and then said what she said. She never made any mention of RVB Publications. She never made any mention of Taj Tariq Bey. She never made any mention of the Canaanland Moors. All she did was ask for a specific document. And people attributed that to Roz Mariah Bey and Taj Tariq Bey. And the family came under attack. Cujo stood there and he stood toe-to-toe with them guys and flat out beat them down, shut them down. The problem is, outside of the people who he's going back and forth with, there are other people who see these things. There are other people who hear these things. Taj travels, Roz Mariah travels, Cujo travels, I travel. You never know who might be somewhere sitting saying, that's the guy right there. That was the cause of that young sister. And they might not even know her. They might just be some kind of recluse. They could be high. You never know. You never know what the situation could be. And you could cause somebody that like that. Some of the people who were a part of that was supposed to be part of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The Moorish Science Temple of America has what's called a divine constitution and bylaws. A divine constitution and bylaws. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No member is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. That's in the divine constitution and bylaws. That's act number 3. Now, if you say that you're a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America, then you just went against that. Now, usually, a constitution is a part of a government. People should understand that. Now, just a question anybody can answer. Well, not anybody. You don't answer. You don't answer. And you don't answer. And you don't answer. If someone takes an oath, or someone is a part and parcel of the state government, and they have that constitution, and they go against that constitution, what is that called? Punishable by what? Imprisonment or death. Now, I ain't calling for nobody to get their head cut off. I'm just saying, they went against that. And they put Roz Mariah Vibe, they put Taj Tariq Bey in jeopardy. Because they travel. People go to the store all the time. She can be just going to the store. She's a woman. She's a mother. I'll read it again. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No member is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. I want to personally thank you, Sheikh, for going after them and shutting them down and putting that thing to rest. Now, the only problem is you never know who's sitting around with some issues in their head. So I talked to Sheikh, and we thought at some point somebody has to talk to the people in these temples. I don't necessarily mean you guys, Canaanland Moors, because I know that you understand. I know that you get the point. I know you get the picture. There are some people in some of these temples who are stuck in 1929. It's 217. It's been a long time since the prophet passed form, and there is a lot that has happened since he passed form. Oh, no, go back. Right. I think you were moving too fast. Though. Prophet Noble Ali said, "Come ye Asiatics, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights." Everybody in here knows about their nationality and birthrights. There could be some people watching on here who might not be so sure, who might not have a clear comprehension and understanding what nationality and birthrights are. So we're going to clear it up. But the prophet flat out said, "Come ye Asiatics, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights." Asiatics. He didn't say black people. He didn't say colored people. He didn't say Negroes. Or he didn't say Ethiopians. He said Asiatics, speaking to all of us. He wasn't talking to one specific people. He didn't come and say, "I'm talking to the people of North America." He said, "Come ye Asiatics." That means all of us, the whole diaspora. North, South, Central, the adjoining islands, our brothers to the east. That's right. Noble Ali, the founder of the Moorish divine and national movement of the world, the founder of the old Canaanite temple, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, and the Moorish Science Temple of America, teacher of civics, nationality, and birthright. Right at the bottom, it says teacher of civics. These guys in the temple say that the prophet didn't teach civics. But one of his statements was to get his people back into the constitutional form of government. That means you have to teach law. That means you have to teach civics. I didn't make that up. The prophet said that. Those are from the oral statements. I didn't write the oral statements. I just read it. But you got all these people out here saying the prophet didn't teach civics. Got to stick to what the prophet brought. We got to stick to what the prophet taught. If you're going to stick to what the prophet brought and stick to what he taught, then stick to all of it. These temples are not teaching civics. All of these brothers out here want to argue with Cujo, want to argue with Ty, want to argue with Roz, and want to argue with everybody because they're not doing what they are supposed to be doing. They're actually cheating the people. So this is what I'll do. I'll take this pamphlet and say, "Look, we're not going to give this up to everybody. Is that what the prophet brought? No. Is that what any scholar brings? We don't hoard information. I haven't been told personally, but it's been told to me that I'm giving people too many degrees. You talk and teach about too much stuff. Who am I to discern what you should be learning? If I learn it, I teach it. If I know it, I bring it. Who am I to say that young lady sitting right back there can't get what I'm bringing? I sat right in Philadelphia in the York House. There was a 10-year-old boy that came into the class. He said, "Hi, my name is Anthony. They told me you're the teacher." I said, "Indeed, I am." He said, "Well, what are you going to talk about?" And just playing with him because he was 10. I said, "I don't know. What you think I should talk about?" So he just shrugged his shoulders. 10 years old. 10 years old. I said, "I'm going to talk to you about your nationality and your birthright." So he said, "What's that?" So I explained it to him. And I asked him, I said, "What's your nationality?" You know what he said. He said, "Black." Because that's what he's been taught. That's all he's been hearing since he's been born is that we're black. I sat down on the stage, I took out a Black's Law Dictionary and I opened it up and I let him read. And I sat right there on that stage and taught him what his nationality was. I asked him if he ever seen a black flag because he's seen the Star Spangled Banner. He's seen a Cuban flag, he's seen a Russian flag. He saw all these other flags, but he'd never seen a black flag. And I said, "They teach you geography in school?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, where's black?" We know where China is. We know where Russia is. Where's black? And he said, "There is no place called black." 10 years old. 10 years old. Later on in the class, there was a guy from New York. I don't know his name. He stood up and he started raising all kinds of hell. I think I let him ramble on for somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. Right? Because he just had his own shovel and he was just, he was just digging his hole and I'm just standing there. Me and Todd were sitting on the stage. I'm just standing there and I'm smiling. And by the time he got done, he tried to convince me that I should talk to people on a level that they're on. These people think that they're black. You got to talk to them like that. But I clearly understand that black is a status, a dead status. I clearly understand that my grandmother, when she was a child, didn't say she was black. My grandmother, when she was a child, she called herself colored. I understand the shift. I understand. I know. Listen, y'all remember when Martin King got shot, when he got assassinated? Yeah, no. Well, we might not remember. We wasn't born. Some of us wasn't born, but y'all know what I'm talking about. When Martin King got shot, James Brown did a concert in Boston, Massachusetts, and they went on the stage and they rioted and they act crazy. And James Brown performed that song, "I'm Black and I'm Proud." Took off, caught like wildfire, just like that. Because you never heard Martin King call you black. You never heard Malik El-Shabazz call you black. They said color or they said Negro. There was a shift somewhere. If I was able to teach that 10-year-old boy that and get him to understand that, then I'm not going to talk to you any different. But like I said, it's been said that I'm giving people too many degrees and giving them stuff that they are not ready for. Who am I to discern what anybody's ready for? If you know how it was given to me, I'll put that pretty big. Now, what was the purpose of it? So that question goes to the Moorish Science Temple of America. What was the purpose of the Moorish Science Temple of America? The old Canaanite temple, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, what was the purpose? I'm asking. To uplift all of humanity. And that entails what? What else? Teaching civics, what else? So we got bringing our people back and teaching our people about their nationality, teaching civics, what else? I can't hear you. Teaching us who we are, teaching the people to be themselves. You forgot who you were. You forgot who you were. You were chasing after somebody attempting to be like them and forgot who you were. To uplift all of humanity, the Grand Chief just told us humanity is the woman. When our women get it, when our mothers get it, then the babies get it, because you're the first teachers of all these babies. Even before they're born, they're listening to you. They're understanding you, they're feeling you, they're a part of you. And everything that you teach them, they bring to us. I'm just here for protection. I'm just here to uphold the law. It's you that gives the law. Old Canaanite Temple, 1913. Moorish Holy Temple of Science, 25. And Science Temple of America, 27. To uplift all of humanity. Now, when Prophet Noble Ali started the temple was to teach you about your nationality and birthright, to teach you civics, to teach you law, so you can clearly understand in that way you can operate in society. Now, let's liken it to a Greek fraternity. When people go to college, they might pledge and become a part of what's called a Greek fraternity. For 4 years, they dancing and they skitting and scatting and they're taking a part of all of this stuff and they're paying dues. And then after the 4 years in college, they go on into their lives, they go on into their careers, and they go do what they're going to do. And they survive among society, right? But they continue to pay their dues to their whatever chapter that they're a part of. And they continue to take part in everything that chapter has going on. The temple is the same way. It's not meant for you to be sitting here your whole life. You come and you get these lessons and you teach your children. But in order for the temple to keep on rolling and to keep on uplifting fallen humanity, then we need those dues. We need that help. We need that support. The prophet said the European is helping me. Why not you? If you actually go into the history of the Moorish Science Temple, which I know a lot of people don't, they stay stuck in the Circle 7 and they stay stuck reading the 101s. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that because you need that. But what I'm saying is there's more than that. The building that the prophet had in Chicago, it was a European that assisted in getting that building. How many people know that? Not his brothers and sisters, a European that assisted in getting that building. And then his own brothers and sisters came in there and tried to throw him out on the street. Go into the history. Go into the history. Everybody is sitting here saying, well, Temple is this, the temple is that. It's not the temple. The temple is a building. You want to be more specific, the temple I'm standing in, right here. But quantitatively speaking, that temple is a building. There's nothing wrong with the building. The problem is the people inside the building. The problem is the people inside the building. Allah alone, guys, the destiny of the Moorish Symbol of America. That's the prophet's words. Those are not my words. The reason I put that up there is because a lot of these Moors are saying that if you're not a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America, then you can't be a Moor. So now I got a question for y'all. Where do Chinese people go to become Chinese? They're born Chinese. So why do I have to go somewhere to be a Moor? In Philadelphia, I'm not a part of any temple. The only temple that I got any affiliation with is this one. Now, people say we studying what the prophet brought. So if you're studying what the prophet brought, then know before it was anything said about an old Canaanite temple, about a Moorish Holy Temple of Science, or a Moorish Science Temple of America, that the prophet spoke about one thing: the divine and national movement. The divine and national movement before there was any temple. Before there was any temple. Now, if we go to the 101s, y'all familiar with the 101s? Yes, no? Y'all better be or shit. I don't need that. I don't need to look at that. Prophet Noble Ali was born in 1886 in North Carolina. It says no 101s, what is his nationality? It says Moorish American. Is that what it says? It says that, it asks what year the Moorish Science Temple of America was started. It should say what year the old Canaanite temple started, but that's what it says. And it says 1913. So if Noble Ali was born in 1886, but you need to be a part of the temple to be a Moorish American, how was his nationality at birth Moorish American? People, see, when you're sitting there and somebody's preaching to you and somebody's giving you what they want you to have, and you're not studying, and you're not reading behind them or reading past what they're saying, then you don't get what you need. Why nobody ever question that? It said in the 101s, it said what year was the Moorish Science Temple of America created? It was not 13. The old Canaanite temple was 13. Nobody questions it. People actually hear the question and they answer it. Why not challenge it? Because it's incorrect. Tissue. Prophet Noble Ali said to study the Quran and 101. Those are his words. Study your Quran and 101. The foundation. Prophet Noble Ali laid a foundation. Anybody in here know where the Cathedral of Notre Dame is? I'm listening. In Paris. The Cathedral of Notre Dame is in Paris. Anybody know how long it took to build the Cathedral of Notre Dame? About 186 years. About 186 years. Started somewhere around 1100 something and got done around 1300 something. Now, if you know Moors were ruled in Europe, 700 to 1492. But anyway, that's just something else for y'all to think about. Whoever drew up the blueprint for the Cathedral of Notre Dame never saw it finished. They never saw it finished. They drew it up. This is what I would love to see in this place right here. But they never saw it finished. Who lived 182 years to see it done? What happened? You might have laid the cornerstone, shit right here. Start building. And then 182 years later, it was done. Here we are, 1913 to 2017, and we're still on the same damn foundation. Still on the same damn foundation. Quran and 101s. That's all they're getting. That's it. And then they criticize this guy. They criticize me. They criticize Taj Tariq Bey. They criticize Ralph Mariah Bey. and they criticize and eat ill because we're giving people what we're supposed to be giving them. What am I supposed to do? Learn all this stuff and just stay in the house? Am I not supposed to come and say, hey, take it and use it, give it to your babies? The foundation is still where it was in 1913. As a matter of fact, it's not. Let me take that back. Because back between 13 and 29, they had industry, right? The Moors had industry. They had all these businesses. They had all this finance coming in. What we got? Nothing. What we got now? Nothing. So the foundation, it's almost like we were our own earthquake and ruined our own foundation. What's wrong? You want me to use that?
No, that's what I.
Excuse me for a second. I don't know this guy. Y'all know this guy? He might be a federal agent or something. Type wiring me up or something. I don't know this guy. All right, cool. Love you, so know. But yeah, listen, y'all. Foundation was laid. Foundation was laid, and we haven't built upon it. Well, I won't say that because we've been building upon it. These people in this temple, they have not been building upon it. And don't get me wrong, whoever might be watching this, you can't even possibly say that I got something against the temple. I'm here. So kill that. What I have an issue with is people. Let's take a minute. Those are those Quran questions. We already went over that, but you can start that. There are going to be some new Moors that are going to come in with their eyes wide open and seeing and knowing that are going to take you old Moors, seat you in the back and carry out my law. Outside of us actually kicking down the doors of those temples, that's what we've been doing. Flat out. Because people are paying attention. People, I mean, you can see the views we get on YouTube. People are paying attention. People ask us to come places to travel and speak. So people are paying attention. They're not going to these temples. Temples have been letting people down. Now, what do I think should happen with the temples? I think we should do precisely what the prophet said. Run them old cats out and start running them the correct way. Start teaching people their birthright, their nationality. Get a school operating for these babies so they can learn true history. So they can learn real mathematics. So they can learn real geography. So they can learn. Our children go to school for 12 years. First grade to 12th grade. And some of them come out worse off than when they went in first grade. Because when our babies are 5 and 6 years old, they're geniuses. These babies can do stuff that some of us can't even, you know what I'm saying? Real talk, they're geniuses when they go in at 5 and 6. They come out at 17, plugged up. How is that? How is that? How many of y'all seen that 8th grade test from back in the 1800s or something like that? 3 people, 4 people. If anybody who wants it, I got it on the flash drive right here. I won't pull it up now. But that's an 8th grade test. And I can bet you none of us will pass it. Myself included. I'm telling you real talk. Simple questions. In the 1800s, none of us will pass it. We ain't being taught proper math. We ain't being taught proper geography. If Cujo didn't stand up and face east, how many people in here really would know which way he's going? You ain't taught proper geography. You don't listen. Nobody has to tell a bird which way east is. Nobody has to tell the beast in the field which way east is. They know. Astronomy. They pay attention to the sun. They pay attention to the stars. They pay attention to the moon. Stuff that we ain't being taught. Why are we not being taught astronomy in school? You need astronomy for agriculture. So if you don't understand astronomy, you can't understand agriculture. That means you can't grow food. That means you can't survive. Why we ain't learning this stuff at the top? Why we only reading out of 2 books when we got all of this knowledge, this wealth? Nationality and birthright for dummies. That's what this whole thing was going to be about. I'm actually going to pen a book called Nationality and Birthright for Dummies, and it's not an insult or a slap in the face to anybody. I just like that name because they got all them other books, computers for dummies and math for dummies and stuff like that. So that's what I chose. That's Prophet Noble Ali says, study, study, study. And when you ask what to study next. All right, I'm gonna read it again. Prophet Noble Ali said to study, study, study. And when you ask what to study next, I'll tell you to study yourselves. How many people in here honestly can say that they know self? What I'll say is this, is that I'm learning self, right? Because we'll be learning until we pass this form. When I leave this shell, I'll still be somewhere else learning self, right? Because it's an ongoing thing, right? But you gotta know that you don't know in order to learn. If you don't know that you don't know, you ain't gonna learn. Y'all get that? Keep that. Keep that. You gotta know that you don't know. I brought you everything you need to save the nation. Now take it and save yourself. How our nation look? We got conscious Moors. We got Hebrew Israelites. We got Christians. We got Muslims. We got Jews. We got all of these different factions, right? That don't get along. When all of those different ideologies don't matter. What difference do it make so let's do this. Israelite, they all still agree that they Chinese. And when it comes to them coming together to keep their foot on your neck so they can keep their stores, they gonna do it. But these 3 won't. The Christian don't want to talk to the Muslim, and the Hebrew Israelite don't want to talk to nobody. I mean, that's what it is. We losing. We losing. So here, boy your fist up and raise your fist. Black power. Been getting us what since the 60s? Been getting us what since the 60s? Huh? Disempower. Disempower. I would not now. Don't tell nobody, but I was supposed to write a book a year ago called Black No Power. I just never got to it. It's still in my head. But yeah, real talk. I started penning a book, Black No Power. But that's only because I understand. Y'all listen now. I don't need no more problem. I have to stand up there the rest of the class, right? Oh, my, where you going, man? You got work to do, bro. Divide and conquer. Our own people are dividing us and conquering us for them. I was one time I was called racist. One time I was called a racist, right? Now, knowing what they meant, they said, Satin Rod don't like white people. And my comment was this: I don't like some of y'all just as much as I don't like some of them. Because some of y'all are worse than they are. I don't have an issue. The only people I got issues with are people who got issues with me. If it's a monkey outside got a problem, then I'm gonna deal with it. It don't matter who it is. I got an issue with who has an issue with me. Let's keep one thing in mind throughout this presentation. We already did that. Yeah, it's a shame I know the presentation. I ain't even got it. What exactly is nationality? Per Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, the fourth edition, nationality reads this way: the quality or character which arises from the fact of a person belonging to a nation or state. Let's go look at what nation says. Next slide. Nation. From the Black's Law fourth edition. A people or aggregation of men existing in the form of a jural society, usually inhabiting a distinct portion of the earth. Excuse me, speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other like groups by their racial origin and characteristics, and generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and sovereignty. Anything stand out? Racial origin, what about it? What about it? I mean, you say racial origin, why you say racial origin? Thank you. I'm gonna tell y'all, listen, anytime you see me do election, if everything else is black and something is a total different color, pay attention to it. I did it for a reason. I wanted to get your attention. Now, racial origin. What's your race? Who? Human? Are there any other races on the planet? All right, I'm gonna ask again because it was some mumbling. Are there any other races on the planet? No. No. I beg to differ. I said I beg to differ. Somebody's supposed to say why. We talked about this the other night. You got man, which is the human race. You got another race called mankind. So when we see racial origin, we got to be scholars and we got to think. Because the prophet said, if I can get you to thinking, you can save yourselves. This is Prophet Noble Ali Day. This is his soul to return. So forgive me if I'm just spitting out all of his stuff. If I can get you to thinking, you can save yourselves. When we see race, we and I fell into that trap myself. But they are not of the same race that we are. They are an extension of us, but they are not of the same race. That's what my man said, because I think I may have said it wrong. My man, when they said he landed on the moon, he said one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. He just differentiated. He just differentiated. Now, my wife told me about a report she seen the other day about some blood type stuff, saying if you have this type of blood, then we know you come from a chimpanzee, Llevado Negro chimpanzee. But if you have this type of blood, we don't know where you came from. And they actually said, and this report was out of Europe, now they actually said that the people with that chimpanzee blood are typically Europeans. They don't know where your blood came from because they don't know where you came from. Y'all seen that movie Prometheus? Anybody who didn't see Prometheus, go watch it. Anybody who didn't see Prometheus, go watch it. Not yet. A nation, a people, or aggregation of men existing in the form of a jural society, usually inhabiting a distinct portion of the earth, speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other like groups by their racial origin and characteristics, and generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and sovereignty. There's a whole lot to be read in that one definition. I can do a class off that definition. I can do a class off of that definition. A people or aggregation of men existing in a form of dual society, usually inhabited a distinct portion of the earth. America. When I say America, I'm talking about the continent. That continent is North America, Central America, which we know as Mexico, Panama, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras. That's Central America. And then South America. That's the continent of America, because until the Albion decided that it was too much work to go all the way around Peru to get to California by ship, they cut a hole in the land and put it in the Panama Canal for commerce. Up until that point, you're talking about one continent. From the way up north of Canaanland, all the way to the bottom of Peru, that is one piece of land. They've been telling you that Africa is the biggest continent. They've been telling you that Asia is the biggest continent. No. You're standing on it. You're standing on it. Like a distinct portion of the earth. That's a distinct portion of the earth. Speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other life groups by their racial origin and characteristics, and generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and size. Now, you've been taught that there were some Indians here. Now, the people that were called American Indians are just an amalgamation. You can figure out what the amalgamation is. That's homework for y'all. The same government, usually under the same government and sovereignty. You had Iroquois, you had Cherokee, you had all of these different family names because a tribe is a family. You had all of these different family names. You had Lenape, you had all of this stuff, right? They all had their own sovereignty because they all had their own portion of the land. They all had their own language, they had their own portion of the land. They had their own government because they were on their own distinct portion of the land, but they are all the same damn people. You gotta travel, you gotta go down into Mexico. You gotta go down into South America. See the stuff see the pictures that look like us. Me and my wife was in Mexico last year, or the year before, 15. And we went away to Chichen Itza to go to the pyramid of Kukulkan. On the way, we stopped at some shop. And when we get out, and I'm sitting there and I'm just looking at the artwork, and I'm looking at who's fighting the conquistadors. And I'm like, okay, they dark as us, fighting conquistadors, all the way down here in Mexico. All the way down in Mexico. But that's not what you see on TV, that's not what you taught, that's not what you know. You gotta go to these places, you gotta walk into these pyramids. We're planning a trip to a place called Teotihuacan. You go to the next slide. We're planning a trip to a place called Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan is all the way over in Mexico City. All the way over in Mexico City. Now, how come all the Europeans and everybody else know Teotihuacan as the city that the Egyptians built? I ain't writing this, and I ain't making it up. You can do the research. How do they, why are they saying that that's the city? Listen, Egypt is a bit away from there. Teotihuacan from right here is a bit away from here. How? But these people keep telling us we got to be a part of the temple to be who we are. We got to be a part of the temple to be who we are. How? When we already were here building this stuff long before the temple. Understand what the temple's purpose is and use it for that. Stop using it as leverage to get finance and to bully people. Talking about bullies. Y'all forgive me for a second. I got a sidebar. Y'all forgive me. I do this every now and then. Yesterday, Mo Bay had camp, basketball camp, right? And Assistant Grand Sheik of Omar and Secretary back there, Amari, were bullying the 6-year-old boys, blocking their shots, yo. Forgive me. Because when I say bully, it just took me back. Listen, Omar like 6'20", right? Omar like 6'20", his little boy this big. Boy, man, don't want to talk to nobody. Omar said, well, you gotta learn. Anyway, that's what they yeah, man. Escape of people permanently occupying a fixed territory bound together by common law habits and customs in the one-body politic exercised through the medium of organized government, independent sovereignty, and control over all persons and things within its boundaries, capable of making war and peace and entering into international relations with other communities of the globe. What's the difference in that and a nation? I'm listening. No. No. You had your hand up, Tessa? Go back to nation, please. Go back to the previous slide. They don't say specific people on there either. Huh?
Common law.
Common law? What about common law?
They're operating their legal system or some level of law that's not the relation.
No, what I'm asking is, what's the difference between, by definition, by legal and lawful definition, what's the difference between a nation and a state? I'll read them both again right quick. This is extremely important. State, a people permanently occupying a fixed territory and bound together by common law habits and customs into one body politic, exercising through the medium of an organized government, independent sovereignty and control over all persons and things within its boundaries, capable of making war and peace, and of entering into international relations with other communities of the globe. Now, please go back to nation. Nation, a people or aggregation of men existing in the form of a general society, usually inhabiting a distinct portion of the earth, speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other like groups by their racial origin and characteristics, and generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and sovereignty. What's the difference? Or is there a difference? Go back to state, please.
They can be anybody, any race. They're bound by, because it says all people.
Bloodline. Birthright.
Nations are bound by what? It says the same thing for a state, though. Common law is what law? It's not law?
Nation is natural, and state is not natural.
How many of y'all got Black Star dictionaries? Control? See how vitally important this is? This room right here, this room right here is a state. This is how vitally important this is. This room, us, we constitute a state right here, right now. For people permanently occupying a fixed territory, bound together by common law habits. You telling me we don't have common law habits? We do. And customs in the one body politic exercised through the medium of an organized government. You all belong to the Moorish Temple of America. That's organized government. Go ahead. Have state and what? Oh. Is there a specific size for a nation or state? So if oh, you're asking? Yeah, so you can't put parameters on a nation or a state, right? Because when President Barack Obama does his address, it's the State of the Union address, right? Because that union is a state. Even though they call it a nation, and we know it's not. It's the State of Union address. See, this is the kind of information that we're not being taught. You got to be able to look at those definitions and see that they're one and the same. We make a statement. Look at the definition. And then go look at nation. We're all a part of the same nation. But we make a state right here. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a state.
Just so to qualify that as well, that's why the founding colonies were called countries. Even though they were classified as states. States were countries initially. States weren't always that geographical location.
Birthright. From Noah Webster's 1828 American Dictionary of the English language. Birthright. Now, birth and right. Any right or privilege to which a person is entitled by birth, such as an estate descendable by law to an heir, or civil liberty under a free constitution. Anything stand out?
The stuff in black.
Yeah, right.
Stuff in black that's underlined and in bold. I ain't tricked nobody that time. Such as an estate descendable by law to an heir, or civil liberty under a free constitution. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? What do we have? Do we have control of our estate? So we don't have it. But it is your birthright. The difference is you don't have the military might to take it back. It's not. Well, it depends on, now see, that's the beauty of the word state, right? Because I can talk about, now, for me to use state as an adjective, I would talk about the state of your face. Because when I say the state of your face, I'm describing something that's going on in your face. Let's say you just got beat up or something like that. Or Omar, bullied you and blocked your shot, right? Then I would talk about the state of your face. Then it can be, then that's an adjective. But when you're talking a place, then you're talking a noun. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. Indeed. It's a state. Yeah, that's because now you're talking adjective. You're describing what's going on with the people. And then you talk about the state where they are. Which, yeah, I'm not in disagreement with that at all. Thank you for that. Such as an estate descendable by law to an heir, or civil liberty under a free constitution. Let me see what that next slide is. All right. I'm thinking what's coming up is an excerpt from the King Alfred plan, right? Because again, we got people saying that you can only be a Moor if you're a part of a temple, but the European knows better. The European knows who you are, and he's not arguing; he's laughing because you're fighting and you're arguing. So he's not laughing. Children, you are at home. And the European is 3,000 miles away from home. I know what the next slide is. Let me see. I know. Anybody recognize that place? Ellis Island. New York. The harbor. Over there by the Statue of Liberty. I'm going to go up here from there. That's Ellis Island over there. This is just a little picture they put right here. This is a bunch of faces on the ship from somewhere around 1890 to 1920. Same thing here and the same thing here. But they told you that that was your history. They told you that that was your history in school. They told you that it was millions of you brought over here on ships, when mathematically that don't make sense. They took their history and put it on you. I'm not saying that some of our brothers and sisters wasn't brought here in shackles. My great-grandfather's grandmother and grandfather were born here in shackles. Igbo tribe from Nigeria. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is they took their history. Listen, do some research on Ellis Island and see how many of them came through there. Real talk. See how many of them came through. You're home. They're 3,000 miles away from home. They came running here. They've been running here since the 1400s. But they came in droves in the late 1800s and early 1900s, in droves. Do the research. Don't take my word for it. And for anybody who might be watching, who got an issue with what I said about the slave trade, I'll just clarify some of it. It took 3 to 5 months to make that voyage. We're talking Portugal to Spain. We're talking the west coast of Africa, down to what they call the Caribbean, and the east coast of what they call North America. 3 to 5 months. Now, every May to October, there's a national phenomenon that occurs. It's called hurricane season. All hurricanes originate from the west coast of Africa. All hurricanes. Do the research. All hurricanes, they originate on the west coast of Africa. Now, from May to November, or May to October, I probably ain't gonna risk sending whatever I paid for my ship and my crew and my cargo into no possible hurricanes, because they out there all that time. You just don't hear about them all. They all don't touch here. But them storms out there on that ocean be a month. Now, outside of that, you got another natural phenomenon that occurs every 3 months. What is it? The seasons change. It gets cold out there. It gets cold out there. Now, another problem is if we got a crew of 20 people and we got a cargo of 120 people, everybody got to get fed. But even more so, if it's going to take 3 to 5 months, we all need water. Water is the most unstable thing on the planet. You can't carry that much water on a ship. The naval forces today don't carry water on their ships. They filter ocean water, and that's what they use. I'm just using mathematics. It don't add up. On top of that, they told you that they bought 10 million people or something like that. You're talking from like 1619 to the early 1800s. That means they would have had to have ships in constant rotation. One leaving, one coming. One leaving, one coming. Every day, all day. 10 million people. Call me crazy or just do the math. Get a pen and a piece of paper and some scratch paper like we did with the show. Now I ask the questions for you. Who has the authority to give a natural person their nationality? Speak up, please. Nobody. Nobody. But these people in the temple are saying that they have the authority to give you your nationality. You are who you are. Your mother gave you that. And nobody can take it. I think we just voted the next one. Who has the authority to take a natural person's nationality? Nobody. Who has the authority to grant a natural person birthrights? But the corporations do. They give you a driver's license. They give you a fishing license. They give you a marriage license. They give you every other kind of license you can think of. Why I need a license to go fishing? Them fish don't belong to nobody. See how they infringe? See how your birthright has been hypothecated? It's just been taken and commercialized. But our people ain't teaching our people this stuff. They keeping them stuck on the Circle 7 and the 101s. They supposed to be teaching them this stuff. So this way we can go out into the world. Imagine like this. If it's only me, and I'm standing in front of all of y'all the people at City Hall, each one of y'all got a different office. I gotta go to you, I gotta go to you. All right, now let's flip the script. Let's just say I'm the governor of the said corporation, and all of y'all come to see me. That's a different picture. That's a totally different picture. And Cujo don't gotta speak for y'all because she can speak. And then she don't gotta speak because he can speak. And then what if he ain't gotta speak because Supreme can speak? Everybody. Somebody asked my wife before, how do you keep up with him? How do you stay on his level? And she mistakenly responded, I'm not on his level. And I say mistakenly because I could never reach her level. I understand the matriarchal principle. I understand that each one of you mothers in here, listen, come on, man. You're talking microcosm and macrocosm. We can't touch y'all. Y'all the lawgivers, y'all everything. We like your security force. She said, I'm not on his level, but she mistake, I mean, you know, she has that degree now because we learn in degrees, right? But the thing is this, I can't do some stuff that she can do. I don't know some stuff that she knows, right? Where I can help her with certain stuff, but she can also help me because I don't understand some stuff. Some stuff is plain and simple to me, and it's not plain and simple to her. Some stuff is plain and simple to Mo, and it's not plain and simple to me. Last night we was messing around, we went to the studio with Cujo, right? Y'all heard Cujo's music? Cujo gets it in, right? So I went in the booth, and I put the headphones on. And I was ready to spit some fire, but they didn't want me to. I can't. I was ready to spit some fire, but the fact of the matter is, listen, I write poetry, right? Sometimes it just comes to me. But I don't know how to compose a song. That's a skill. That's a talent. That's an art. I don't have that degree. Mo was an NBA ball player. I can shoot. I can talk some trash. I can keep Omar in check. But I don't have that degree. So understand that we all have degrees. Understand that we all have degrees. We are all on the same level. Just you can do something better than me, and I probably can do something better than you. It don't mean that you're not on my level or I'm not on yours. Can a natural person choose her or his nationality? That's the question. Can a person choose their nationality? Who said yes? I ain't gonna get you to stand up. You better duck, man. That camera right behind you, bro. He said yes, a person can choose his nationality. So, what, huh?
I'm sorry, I was just thinking no because.
You said no, but I want to address his yes.
Okay.
Because I want to know how.
I said yes?
No, not you. You know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna give you a stand up. I'm trying not to look at him. You know what I'm saying? But I want to know how a person can change their nationality or choose it.
I think yes as well, because
You say yes as well?
we're entering an agreement with government all the time.
All right.
Right? You're gonna open a business, enter an agreement with the company. You go to the store, you enter an agreement with the company.
No. I said choose your nationality.
Yeah, like if somebody would be like, you have dual citizenship.
Oh, okay.
I'm Jamaican and I'm Canadian.
Okay. All right. Hold on, Chief. Let me address that. What you're talking about is not choosing or changing nationality. What you're talking about is naturalization. It's a difference. Nationality is given to you by birth from your mother. That can't be changed. Chinese can't be Chinese, can't be Russian. And Russians can't be Turkish. And Turkish people can't be Greece. They are who they are, right? But a Chinese person can go to Russia and be naturalized and become a Russian citizen. It's a difference, right? The whole naturalization process is corrupt because you have to give up your nationality in order to be naturalized into said society, right? Into said corporation. So you cannot change your nationality. You are who you are. You can change your citizenship by naturalizing into another corporation.
I just want to amend that. The dual nationality, I think, tends to come from
parents being,
Dual citizenship.
dual citizenship comes from one parent being of one nationality, one being of another.
No, no, let's correct that. Let's correct that.
Would technically that person would be a natural adult?
No. Let's correct that. Let's correct this. Let's correct this.
Mother's birth.
Right. Right. So you have your children sitting right there. It doesn't matter where he came from. They came from you. So say, yeah, my dad's Puerto Rican and my mom is Mexican, so I'm a Puerto Mexican. Nah, bro. You are what your mother is. That stuff that Tiger Woods said, whatever he called himself. Now, I ain't kicking Tiger Woods out, but it is what it is. If his mother is now she's Asiatic as well, because if you know history and you go far enough back, and you go into Asia, you know you come on. There's a documentary called Sambo. If you can check it out, check it out. Sambo, S-A-M-B-O, Sambo, the early African presence in Asia. You cannot change your nationality because you are what you are. Can a natural person lose his or her or his nationality? We just addressed that, and that can happen by naturalization. Microphone? Microphone check. Y'all sure y'all know this dude? He ain't no agent, is it? I don't know. Oh, the cord came out. Hey, put it. Cool. All right, no problem. If nationality and birthright is not of extreme importance, then why is it not taught in North America? That's a question for you to think about later. You don't got to answer it now. But just know that everybody else, everywhere else, and for everybody in here who got roots in the islands, you know, you're proud of that flag. You're proud of that flag. That flag represents your state, not your nation. Your state. The nation is America. Your state is Jamaica. Your state is Trinidad. Excerpt from the King Alfred, RBS 84. RBS 84 is because Ronald Reagan amended it in 1984 with Oliver North to include the so-called Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and stuff like that. I put this up here for a specific reason, because a couple seconds ago we read a definition of birthright, and it said some an estate that's descendable by law. You read up here, it says this memo is being submitted in lieu of a full report from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This report is now in preparation. There will be many cities where the minority, now you know who the minority, who they're talking about, will be able to put in the streets a superior number of people with a desperate and dangerous will. He will be a formidable enemy, for he is bound to the continent by heritage, and knows that political asylum will not be available to him in other countries. The greatest concentration of the minority is in the Deep South, the Eastern Seaboard, the Great Lakes region, and the West Coast, while the national population exceeds that of the minority by more than 10 times. We must realistically take the Europeans don't outnumber us in no kind of way, no shape, form, or fashion. But it says right there in their document, I didn't write the King Alfred Plan. That was written in the 60s. I wasn't born until 76. But it says that he will be a formidable foe or enemy, because he is bound to the continent. We talked about the continent from way up the north. You remember a while ago when I said, yeah, man, me and my family, we was way up in Barry. And you and she laughed at me like, way up in Barry. Like, you talking a couple hours away. Like, you can drive 20 hours and still be on land. So we talking way up the top of Canaanland, all the way down to Peru. That's the continent. Just because they put the Panama Canal in don't change nothing. That's still the continent. It says that you are bound to the continent by heritage. And their document, I didn't write that. I just put it up there to show you. Hold on, fine. Dummy. I just put that in there, an imitation of a real or original object intended to be used as a practical substitute, a figure or a person or an animal manipulated by an influence, a stupid or taciturn person, silent or taciturn person, and a person regarded as stupid. Now, when I write that book, Nationality and Birthright for Dummies, you can pick which one of them you want to think I'm talking about. I just put all those up there, that should forget the sermon. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Let's take a look at the one-on-ones. We did that. Now, some people be needing clarity on some stuff. And this too what we're about to touch on. Talks is going to talk about people being Moors long before the Moorish Science Temple of America. And I'm not discrediting the Moorish Science Temple I'm here. So, because I know people want to see it and they're going to get yapping, but I'm here. Always here on my own accord. All right. The prophet was accompanied by brothers C. Kirkman Bates in Havana, Cuba in 1928 to the Pan American Conference. At the time, the prophet went there to represent the Moors, and there was an Indian chief representing the American Indians. Brother C. Kirkman Bates was said to have spoken 92 languages and was there to interpret for the prophet. When Brother C. Kirkman Bates spoke in both Spanish and Arabic, the then Secretary of State for the United States declared him a dangerous man. That's from the Moorish literature. That's from this book right here. That's from the Moorish literature. I didn't make that up. Next slide, please. The land mandate. At the conference, the prophet was given a mandate for this land. Up to that period, the mandate was in possession of the United States for a period of 50 years. That's from the Moorish literature. I didn't make that up. Now, why did the United States have that mandate? Anybody? Huh? What agreement? The Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Because of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Next slide. This book, you can get this book from RV Bay Publications. The same website that everybody keeps telling you not to go on and to stay off of because they internet Moors and they this and they that and all this other nonsense. This book right here, put together by Taj Tariq Bey and Rosmariah V. Bey. In this book, you have the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. In this book, you have the Treaty of Tripoli. In that book, you have the Constitution. You also have the original 13th Amendment with the 20 sections from the congressional records. In that book, you have literature about the Expatriation Act. In that book, you have information about the Treaty of Madrid, another treaty with Morocco. But this is what they keep telling you to stay away from. They don't want you to learn this stuff. We ain't supposed to be teaching you this stuff. We ain't supposed to be going over this. Many of us clearly comprehend that the land we stand on is part of the Moroccan Empire. The Europeans who hide out in secret lodges clearly comprehend that the land we stand on is part of the Moroccan Empire. I forgot to put, and you know what? This is Morris Mason, Abdul Illustrated Multi Baseball. I was thinking about a picture from the George Washington Masonic Museum down in Alexandria, Virginia. There's a room in there it's called the Grotto Room. And before, let me browse through here right quick. Before, the Grotto Room, it was different than it is now. It was full of pheasants. And the pheasants said Islam, the pheasants said Il, Miel, the pheasants said Bay. They had all types of stuff on them. I'm trying to see if there's a picture of it in this book. You gonna pull it for me over? All right. Why is the European in his secret Masonic meetings wearing our fez with Bay on it, with L on it, with Islam on it, with the scimitar? Look at the symbol of the triangle. with the scimitar cutting off your Moorish mother's head. And then you think about what happened just down the road in Niagara Falls. You think about them beheading all those mothers and throwing them over. And then they got the nerve to put that on the fez and wear it. And when little children see it, they say, oh, that's a Shriners fez. No, that's a Moorish fez. The Shriner adopted it. The Shriner stole it. You get that picture yet? All right. The European clearly knows. Ah, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. All those fezes.
Websites, supposed Moors, that you see some of them sell stuff and they have that same, SIM card over.
Yeah.
With their Moors.
That's a Shriners fez. All of those are Shriners fezes, right? Now that room was called the Grotto room, right? Guess what? The Grotto room doesn't look like that anymore. Because all of you started coming down there looking at it. It was too many of you going down there looking at that, taking pictures and talking about it on YouTube and talking about it on websites and amongst yourselves. So now the Grotto room doesn't look like that no more. Now the Grotto room got statues in there. That stuff's in the basement. The Grotto room got statues in there. The statues are dressed like I am today, with this garb on, with a fez on, with a full beard. You know the European don't wear no full beard. He said it was dirty, and he shaved it off. I think they were just trying to look better than their women. I mean, look, they wear makeup, hey, look, whatever, anyway. The point that I'm making is this. They took that so you couldn't see it no more. And they put something else in place. Now, you should have enough sense to be able to go in there and see what's been put in place is an error too. It's an error too because they got European statues dressed like me with a fez on. That's an error. Totally an error. Let's examine two documents briefly for two reasons. And then I'll wrap up after this. Go ahead, move on. The first is the letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco. 20 minutes? All right. Go to the letter. See if you can explain. You know, huh? You can't go from there? All right, I'm gonna read it out the book. Y'all familiar with this letter? For people who may not be, you can Google this letter. Let me see which book this comes out of, because this is out of a book. I just was writing it down earlier today. This comes out of a book, Documents of American History or Law. I'll give it to Sheik and make sure he can give it to you. But let's read this letter right quick. And this is rereading this letter for one reason. George Washington wrote a letter to the Sultan of Morocco. Now today, if somebody said that they wrote a letter to the Sultan of Morocco, you're going to be thinking that he wrote a letter to somebody across the ocean, to somebody sitting over there in the northwest corner of Morocco. Let's read this and then let's analyze it right quick. Since the date of the letter which the late Congress, by their president, addressed your Imperial Majesty, the United States of America have put it proper to change their government and institute a new one, agreeable to the Constitution, of which I have the honor herewith to enclose a copy. The time necessarily employed in the arduous task and the disarrangements occasioned by so great though peaceable revolution will apologize and account for your Majesty's not having received those regularly advised marks of attention from the United States, which the friendship and magnanimity of your conduct toward them afforded reason to expect. The United States having unanimously appointed me to supreme executive authority in this nation. Your Majesty's letter of August 17, 1788, which was reason of the dissolution of the late government, which by reason of the dissolution of the late government remained unanswered, has been delivered to me. I have also received the letters in which your Imperial Majesty has been so kind as to write in favor of the United States to the Bashaws and Tunis and Tripoli. And I present to you the sincere acknowledgments and thanks of the United States for this important mark of your friendship for them. We greatly regret the hostile disposition of those regencies toward this nation who have never injured them. It is not to be removed on terms of our power to comply with. Within our territories, there are no mines, whether gold or silver, and this young nation, just recovering from the waste and dissolution of a long war, have not, as yet, had time to acquire riches by agriculture and commerce. Did y'all hear what you guys said this letter was written? Okay. But our soil is bountiful, and our people industrious, and we have reason to flatter ourselves that we shall gradually become useful to our friends. The encouragement which your majesty has been pleased generously to give to our commerce with your dominions, the punctuality with which you have caused the treaty to be observed, and the just and generous measures taken in the case of Captain Proctor, make a deep impression on the United States and confirm their respect for and attachment to your imperial majesty. It gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity of assuring your majesty that while I remain at the head of this nation, I shall not cease to promote every measure that may conclude to the friendship and harmony which so happily subsist between your empire and them, and shall esteem myself happy in every occasion of convincing your majesty of the high sense which in common with the whole nation I entertain your magnanimity, wisdom, and benevolence of your majesty. May the Almighty bless your imperial majesty, our great and magnanimous friend, with his constant guidance and protection. George Washington. Why would George Washington be writing a letter like that to the Sultan of Morocco if it pertained to anything way over there? What does anything in this letter have to do with this land? I'm asking. Let's go into it. I got about 15 minutes. 20 minutes? All right. Since the date of the letter, which the late Congress, where we at? 20 minutes? Right. Since the date of the letter, which the late Congress, when you talk about somebody being late or a thing being late, what does that mean? That is past. You're talking something prior, right? Now, before I go into this, let me clarify this. How many people have ever read the Articles of Confederation? So how many people know in the Articles of Confederation that the corporate United States made a compact agreement with corporate Canada to be the same entity, brother and sister? How many of y'all knew that? We did a lecture on it. It's on YouTube. Articles of Confederation, 2 of them. Check it out. So don't think when I'm talking about what's going on down there, I ain't talking about what's going on here. You're talking the same place. You're talking the same entity. That lady whose crown is all over the place was down there too. You're talking the same place. It says, since the date of the letter which the late Congress, by their president, addressed your imperial majesty, the United States have thought it proper to change their government and institute a new one agreeable to the Constitution, of which I have the honor herewith to enclose a copy. The time necessarily employed in arduous tasks and the disarrangements occasioned by so great for a peaceable revolution. What revolution is he talking about? The Revolutionary War. Now, for people who don't want to go to RV Publications, not talking about y'all, you can go to RV Publications, you can find out that the British, that these guys were fighting, look like you. Because somebody in London went to the London Museum and took a picture of King George and sent it to Raj. King George was brown as me. We know through history that they called them the brutish Moors. Just not calling them British, but calling them brutish Moors. They were running from our brothers on that side. That was the war that they was fighting. Listen, don't take my word for it, do the research. You ain't got, listen, you ain't got to think what I'm saying is gold. Do the research. Now, when he talk about these regularly advised marks, anybody know what those regularly advised marks will be? Tribute payments. You just heard him talk about thank you for your protection, because they were protecting them against our brothers from up north, from Britain. They were paying annual tribute. He just apologized for the payment being late. He's talking about your great and magnanimous friend. Well, let's be realistic. Why is he writing a letter like this to somebody all the way over there about this land here? Even though in the same letter it says your dominions. This letter was in the 1700s. You can Google it. Letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco. I only want to touch on a couple more things and then I'll be done. All right. Yeah, go ahead. That's really decent. No. Y'all probably can't see this. Can anybody see what this says right here? Anybody can make this out? So you see the date, 1787, and then you see 1836, right? It says treaty sealed by the Emperor of Morocco on June 28, 1786, and deferred to the American agent at Morocco on June 28, 1786. Additional article signed and sealed on behalf of Morocco, July 15, 1786. Ship signals agreement signed at Morocco, July 6, 1785. Entered into force, July 15, 1786. Now, what I want you to see is this, because you remember when I read from that Moorish literature, it said that it was a 50-year land mandate, and that the United States had the mandate prior, until they gave the proper Nationality. It says right here, treaty and additional article ratified and proclaimed by the President of the United States, July 18, 1787. Expired, replaced, January 28, 1837. How many years is that? It's 50 years. The agreement between the Moroccan Empire and the corporate United States is a perpetual 50-year agreement. It's supposed to be renewed every 50 years. That allowed them, you can read it in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, that allowed them to do commerce on this land. You just heard me reading that letter that my man said, we don't have no gold, we don't have no silver, that we don't really have any finance, but we are bountiful and we're willing to work and show you, our magnanimous friend, that we are worthy of what we say we are. I didn't write that letter. Anybody who want to travel down to Maryland, you can go to the National Archives in Maryland, right by the University of Maryland, and go pull it up yourself and read it.
If we were still in charge, at that time, at that date, where's this 400 years of?
You tell me.
Where's that come from?
You tell me.
We're the boss.
You tell me.
Oh my Lord, and people just keep spouting that. Just don't
People
add
say
up.
that because they heard it. When you watch a movie like X, and you see a dude like Denzel acting the hell out of that role, portraying the hell out of that role, and he say 400 years, 400 years. It sits in your head. Who actually, listen, they said the first ship that brought slaves came in 1619. It ain't 2019. So where's 400 years come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, because in 1492 they just showed up. They said this first slave ship came in 1619.
It wasn't an edict written in Spain at that particular time in Gibraltar, trying to remove all the Moors out of Spain and move them back over to Morocco.
They ain't tried, they did it. It was a papal bull that ran them out, yeah. But we're talking about, but now, because we got to be specific, right? We're not talking about what happened in Spain. We're talking about what happened in these dominions, right? It has not been 400 years. But in 1992, when the movie came out, And he said 400 years. Everybody ran with it. It ain't been 400 years. They have not been in power.
In the context of this.
Indeed, they have not been in power that long. It's not. Where you come from, man? You just popped up. So I turned around and what's up, man?
Right, man. If you think about it, the first people taking work from the Americans brought back to Europe actually left.
In 1492, right? Right. And now, if you want to look at it that way, right? But to keep it in proper context, that ain't what they was talking about. I'm gonna keep it in proper context. I'm not going to dance around. We going straight to what it is, right? Now, there's a show. I don't know if any of y'all can catch it. It's called Borgia, Borgias, right? It came on Showtime. It's about the Borgia Pope. The Borgia Pope, his family was ruthless. It was them that came up with get down and lay down. You're going to be a part of this church. You're going to be Christian, or we're going to kill you. Spanish Inquisition. Season 1, episode 4, called The Moor, right? The Borgia Pope is sitting in there pulling out, doing what he does. Cat comes in and says, hey, listen, Columbus is back from the New World. He got a present for you. Yeah. Tell Columbus to kick off. No, you want to see this. So then the brother comes in, Columbus, and he got a cat in chains, right? In shackles. So he comes in, and then he looks up. And damn if he don't look like me. On the Showtime show, why they ain't put an Indian in there, yo? Why he look like me? Don't take my word for it, go watch it. Season 1, Borgia, episode 4, it's called More. See how many people running around over there. It's called Borgia, Borgias, Borgia. It's a Showtime series. Go watch it, don't take my word for it. But why put a dude in there that looks like me? As opposed to, they told us it was Indian, right? They keep telling you the prophet said, watch the newspapers, listen to the radio. I'm gonna make the European tell the truth. He didn't say watch TV, but I'm telling you to watch TV because the European is telling the truth. And all of these movies, look at the Planet of the Apes, he's telling you where he came from. You look at all these different movies. I was just telling my wife, I watched a movie a couple weeks ago, right before Christmas, with Tim Allen. And he was playing Santa Claus, and another dude was trying to be Santa Claus. So they got you seen that movie? I don't remember the name of it, huh? It's called Santa Claus? But Mother Nature look like y'all. They got all these characters in there, right? And all the other characters was European, but Mother Nature looks like y'all. They telling you, go ahead, sis. Indeed. Well, the purpose for that is because he thought he was an Indian. And he said, and all you got to do is pull his journal up online. And he says, the people here are not unlike the people in India. Because they're the same people. Listen, all you did was that. That's it. The same people he saw here are the same people he saw there. Now, the corporation changed all of that. Started talking about the American Indian and gave him a certain look. When Columbus and Verrazano and all of these other so-called explorers, because they didn't explore, we was here. They telling you who was here, and they explaining the same person. Now, before I wrap up, the whole thing was about nationality and birthright for dummies. I intended to all out assault these guys. That was the intention. But to do what? To prove what? So I scrapped that. No need for all out assault. Just provide the information and let people do the research on their own. You got people in the Moorish Science Temple of America today saying that if you don't come to the temple, you can't be a Moor. I'm just showing you documentation from Moors from how many years ago. Couple more slides now, right quick. I want to show them one more thing. Keep going. All right, you can't see it because it's covering the whole screen, but I'll read it right fast. On January 20th, 1790, what year I say? A petition was presented to the South Carolina House of Representatives from a group of 8 individuals who were subjects of the Moroccan Empire and residents of the colony. What colony? South Carolina. That's 1790, remember those dates. Colonies, 13 colonies. They desired that if they happened to commit an assault amenable to be brought to justice, that as subjects to a prince allied with the United States through the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, they would be, what is it? They would be tried as citizens instead of under the Negro Act of 1740. The Free Moors, they called them the Sundry Free Moors. Francis, Daniel, Hammond, and Samuel petitioned on behalf of themselves and their wives, Fatima, Flora, Sarah, and Corinna. They explained how some years ago, while fighting in defense of their country, they and their wives were captured and made prisoners of war by the Portuguese. After this, a certain Captain Clark had them delivered to him, promising they would be redeemed by the Moroccan ambassador residing in England and returned to their country. Instead, he transported them to South Carolina and sold them for slaves. Since then, by the greatest industry, they purchased their freedom from their respective masters. They requested that as what's that say, born subjects of a prince in alliance with the U.S., that they should not be considered subjects to a state law then in force, known as the Negro Law. If they be found guilty of any crime or misdemeanor, they will receive a fair trial by a lawful jury. The matter was referred to a committee consisting of Justice Britt, General Charles Pinckney, and Edward Rutledge. Now, I'll say this and then I'll wrap it up. You can Google this, Sundry Free Moors, and you can read it for yourself. You can go to the South Carolina law books and you can pull this up and read it for yourself. If they were fighting in their country and they were taken hostage and then transported here to South Carolina and sold as slaves, and then they purchased their freedom, and they said, listen, we're free Moors. We don't want to be tried under no Negro Act. We want to be tried as Moors and tried lawfully and fairly. How the hell did they do that if this wasn't the Moroccan Empire? What does them having to be free Moors and being protected by the prince have to do with them being in South Carolina? You're talking the same land, the Maghreb, Al-Aqsa. You talking Morocco in the West. You can talk to anybody, if you know somebody from Morocco, then say that to them, the Maghreb, Al-Aqsa, and see how they smile, see how they look at you like, how the hell you know? You ain't supposed to know this. I'm giving you tools to research because I want you to understand that you were here. I want you to understand that the temple doesn't give you your nationality and birthright. The temple is here to inform you of your nationality and birthright. The temple is here to perform governmental principles on your behalf. But the temple does not own your nationality. Cujo's the grand chief. Cujo does not own your nationality and birthright. But Cujo will go all out and teach you everything he can and make sure you understand your nationality and birthright and that you proclaim and declare your nationality. And Cujo will continue to teach you what you need to know about law, what you need to know about right living and principles and things of that nature. That's the purpose of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Not to give or revoke anything from anybody. They don't have that authority. You are who you are. I'll end on that. As always, I love y'all. Peace and love. Islam. And thank you.
Give it up again for Brother Symbolism. We're going to take our 30-minute intermission, our 15-minute intermission, apologies. Food's in the back. They're set up. Just go to the door, put in your order, and they'll take care of you. There's soup back there. There's $5 plate with rice and stew, something or the other. There's some more stuff coming, water. Make sure you support the vendors. We got Nile Valley in the back, right? We got Sister Khalifa in the back. We got, who else back there? We got Mother Mocha in the back. We have Sister Amina. We have Sister Selkit. We have the brother. Keep in mind that this brother right here, he is pushing children to be authors. Pushing children to be authors. Right? So all the books that he has right there are children's books. Children wrote them books, not adults for children. It's children's books. Children-inspired books. Let's give a round of applause for the children's books. And then don't forget our next lecturer, Brother Ross Ben. He has some stuff as well. So we're going to take our little intermission, get your little stretch right now, but we're definitely going to be back in 15 minutes. All right? Peace and love. Islam. Yo.
Islam. I gotta make one more announcement. Islam. You. They understand that. I got 2 more copies of Abdul's book, Moorish Masonry, if anybody wants it. You want? All right. She got that other stuff you're looking for too, but we can't get it till tomorrow. No, it's cool, that's cool. Yeah, we took care of yesterday. I needed this. I didn't even use this. I told you.
All right, I want to eat some food.
Hola.
That's just by luck. I mean, you don't get to trust until after you I was going by
Wear it, put on your cell phone, cancel out a lot of that. Brand new radiation.
Cujo, where did we get these again? Huh? Oh yeah? Oh, the flag store? The flag store, okay.
Yo, we're gonna be starting back up in 10 minutes. Feel free to teach while the lecture is going on.
For another few hours.
Saying we're here in the flesh.
Long time.
I got home and I was just ready to catch it. And I've been in the car, I didn't get the page. Just where I went for, you know? So I'm looking for this
I would speak to a sister who well versed in the majority of that argument. That worked out well. I think the answer.
Those three are part of the work.
So in the US, so I think it's like 60. Now, I can say you this. You got to come in the street. Jack Woodruff. Shit is all attack. It's called Yo, the intention, really the intention was to say, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, you know, let me play it now. Let me, you know what I'm saying? It's all like it's almost the price of the book. It's like $3. If you watch it single, it's a single one. So what it is, they talk about right here for it's taking young. Right, they showed me. Say that, say that. But in secrecy makes us secrets. Hidden secrecy makes us. Well, I'm sure he mentions it in here. Exactly. I said, hey, you're right. I sent it to Sheep. That's what he got. When he watched that, because this was supposed to come out a few years ago, when he watched that,
Thank you so much.
he just kept writing. And a lot of that information is not. Yeah, exactly.
I'll watch it over.
I'll make it up.
This cuts out.
Yeah. So she already Glad I know it.
Gonna be getting started back up in 5 minutes.
It's a show. See, you know they got the money. You get your money. Going nuts.
So you don't have $10 cash? Yeah, but I'm inviting you to maybe what you mean?
If you're not in the food line, if you're not on the food line, could you start making your way back to your seats, please?
So divide online.
So we start off in 2 minutes. If we can get everybody to their seats right now. Thank you.
I took it into something I didn't want to. But now I'll be honest. That role really helped me. Yeah. So it was just the first hour was always and then you're seeing this stupidness that just continuing to say, well, people the ticket, pay for it, they cancel the payment, so I got reimbursed. So I used to before rather than on the second it just kept happening. And finally, what happened was bad weather. Because of the bad weather, they're allowing me to cancel but they're saying due to bad weather. And that's what but they said they can't. Bad weather. Now I still got to get to the airport it always lets you know and find out how I can take it. I didn't try because I'm sitting there, I'm like my head is there, and it'd be like, no, I kept forgetting it's off, so I kept forgetting right, but I'll do it immediately. But they might have I don't know. Well, yeah, because I'm doing all of them. Right, so I'll check with them and see what it is. And that way because I don't have to answer that. Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
I remember I went to a hotel. So I called Hilton Hotels to go to Montreal. I'm like, can I get a hotel? I'm like, oh, you guys, so I get to Montreal. I'm like, American. But I called from Canada. Well, sorry. Yeah, you guys, no.
Y'all Southern boys.
And
what y'all these Southern boys, man? What y'all these Southern boys?
That's their thing, man. Then I go back and I'm like, this is so good.
No, man. What I do with this one? My sisters, but I said they want big, so I'm prepared for this, and I'm worried. Yeah, like I got more. You got it. Oh, so my time. I know, it's crazy.
Why'd you go? Next year I'll give you some.
If we go to the next interview, then you can do it.
Okay.
Check. 1, 2. We're just gonna get ourselves started up. 1 minute. We can get those people who aren't waiting for their food, if you could please have your seats right now. Peace. Islam. Everybody there? All right. So we're about to get ready for our second half. Get ready for our second half. We're gonna do the intro of the vendors, but our time is quickly running out on us right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get this done with enough time so that you can check the vendors again before the day is out. But we wanted to put a couple more Nationality awards out there. The next 3 awards. These next 3 are individuals that aren't here, but needed to get some acknowledgement, some recognition. We have Vital Restaurant, 741 Pharmacy Avenue. All right. If you don't know, you know what I mean, that's just another brother from the block or whatever that's good with. Oh yeah, and they have a second location in Kensington Market that just opened up. So they're definitely getting some things done, right? They got 2 locations now, So we want to give it up for them for that. We also have to acknowledge another good brother just from, you know what I mean, around the way that does anything that they can do to assist when, you know what I mean, we need certain things. The gym that we got yesterday for our basketball camp was to our brother Raymond Peters, who actually works at the center and been working there and runs it and has always had our back, you know what I mean, from the young people, making sure they got programs there, to even us being able to have a gym when we were going around to all these different places to try to get gyms. They're talking about thousands and stuff like that to do a basketball camp for young people. So give it up for Raymond Peters. And we also have to give it up for, somebody again came a long way. He made a feature, he made a couple features actually on the new Moroccan album. And again, it's an individual that wasn't able to be here, but he's been in the community, he's known throughout the community, and he still has the beer and stuff like that. He just got it in stores. All right, so we want to also acknowledge our brother JB for just being active, making himself known constantly, and putting our area on the map with regard to certain things. So Brother Yasun is going to be accepted on behalf of them. And we appreciate everything. The last one, actually, you might want to, because I know certain people are doing their stuff in there. We also want to acknowledge Sister Roots K, Agua Mahat Bay, who has also put out her mix CD and has, been doing her self-promo thing and all that, you know what I mean? Putting herself on the map, doing what she has to do. So we want to acknowledge her with her award. And she's also part of Five Principles Catering. So you already, you know what I mean? You're probably indulging right now. And as well, the youngest artist on the Moroccan album, Brother Corbena, Lil Marty, I'm going to acknowledge him as well for making sure he's a big man in little shoes. And last but not least, I know you're not. Last but not least, he'll run. Last but not least, one of the newest members of the temple, the brother that was going through a situation, he had a business. He had a business out here, and the Europeans were trying to get him out of his business or whatever like that. And then he stood up on his birthright, stood up on his square, and pretty much chased those Europeans out of town. They left him alone after that, even though he didn't have the property anymore. But that solidified in his mind the truth about his nationality and birthrights and how real it is to him. So we want to call up Brother Noor. We will do the award because when the elders take this information and run with it, then there's no excuse for young people not to get down with it, right? So this is a brother who, again, came from not having this knowledge, and then as soon as he got this knowledge, turned into a different being. Like literally turned into a different being because of the information. So we just want to acknowledge you, bro, for being committed to the prophet and the movement and recognizing that you're not black. So, right now, we're about to go on a journey right now, right? We're going to go on a journey right now. The brother that's about to come up, we haven't had anything from him yet out here. This is the first time here, right? So we want to make sure that he feels at home. You know, because I've seen some of his classes, and when he does classes in Philly, he feels at home. You know what I mean? So we want to make this an extension of his home. The inspiration for us even having the brother here is because he does tours in Philadelphia with regard to our culture, our connection to this vast estate. When we travel throughout Northwest Amexem, the different Moors that we connect with, everybody has some type of story with regard to where they're from, right? Whether it's whether we're talking, state, or ancestral estate, etc. People always have some type of story with regard to where they're from. This brother has done extensive research with regard to our metaphysical, spiritual, astrological, etc. connection. We want you to please warm round of a hand for our good brother, Ras Ben.
Yes, sir. More love, more light, more life to the Canaanland Moor community. And yeah, I'm very thankful for the invitation. I gotta be honest though, when Brother Several was like, yeah man, let's go to Toronto. And I was like, all right, when? He said January. I was like, hold up. I'm being real, right? And the brother was like, trust me, Raj, you'll love it. And I'm thankful I listened, because the warmth of the community, yeah, definitely overpowers the hawk out there, So give thanks for the warm community and really family. I feel like I'm amongst family, and I'm very thankful. I do want to say too that as an extended community, right? We are kind of in a critical time where more often when ones from different groups, within our community, they come together, they debating, right? And negating, they canceling out, using that reductionist mathematics, everybody wanting to be the one. They use subtraction and division to chop down the next man's reasoning. And if they can't chop down that reasoning, they chop down that man. And, I hope today stands as a day where one can come together and through multiplication and addition build with one's knowledge and awareness and wise mind understanding, So I came to add and multiply onto the vast wealth of information and knowledge that y'all have, And I've learned a lot because I've done a lot of listening since I've been here too. I've learned a lot. I'm leaving more enriched than when I came, And I hope the same way that when I leave today, y'all are a little more aware, and attuned, right? So I'm not a native of Philadelphia. I was actually born in Washington, D.C., right? I moved to Philadelphia in 1992, and it just struck me, the art, the architecture, the archetype symbols you see throughout the city. It was like, man, it's some mystical things going on here. And it seemed like ones born in Philly and kind of took it for granted because, it was there. It was there all their life from children, so they would see it, might pay attention to it. If even if they were paying attention to it, maybe they didn't have the vision to decipher it, you know. Beyond that, I do want to say that Philly, it is a mystic place, right? And that it's a haunt. Philly is a haunt. Philly is a place where the ancestors and the ever-living hang out. If any of y'all ever saw that movie Sixth Sense, I See Dead People, right? That thing wouldn't have worked anywhere else but Philadelphia, because that's how it is. The living and the ever-living, very close in Philadelphia. And I'm saying that because ultimately my source for all this information is ancestors. All right, I'm letting y'all know my source. All right, but I know how I am. Someone said, oh, I got this information listening to some ancestors. I don't know how much weight I would put in it. So what I do is, when I receive this information, I do ground it in my research, ground it in process, you know? And so I do have a book in the works that's going to be entitled Mystic Philadelphia. Don't ask me when it's going to be out, because I don't know, you know? Hopefully sooner than later. But I do Mystic Philly tours. And Brother Setonra's class is really, to be honest, if I could only do the tour with his class, that's how I would do it, you know? Because when I do the tour with them, I learn and see I'm learning. It's like we all are learning, because they have eyes that see things I didn't see, and again, we add and multiply. So there's things with the Moorish legacy I'm not fully aware of, that when I share some things, it sparks them to add and multiply, you know? So that is what inspired me to be here today. And so we are going to do a Mystic Philly reasoning, but I'm going to couch it in a phenomenon that is happening that I think we as a community need to be aware of, right? And a phenomenon that does need more clarification than the way that it's being presented now. This thing is called the Mandela effect. Who has heard or who is aware of the Mandela effect? Give thanks. There's some people aware of it, all right? But, what's up? Yeah. Yeah. But this Mandela effect is like internet topic that's been trending real strong the last couple of years. As a topic, it's been out since about 2010, but from about 2015, a lot of people are up on it, right? And but there's still a lot of confusion and misunderstanding about it, mainly because it's been misnamed. All right, that's really what we're going to get into today. But ultimately, what this Mandela effect is about is the manipulation of historic and prophetic timelines, technologically. Now, manipulation of historic and prophetic timelines is an ancient thing. In Rome, you had this thing called anathema, right? Anathema would mean to make as if it didn't exist. So, for example, Council of Nicaea deemed that the Book of Enoch should be anathema, made as if it was never to exist, This was an attempt to control, determine, and manipulate prophetic timelines. Because Enoch was the first prophet, right? So the book of Enoch was totally erased out of Roman-dominated empire, and was not resurrected until relatively recent, when the Scottish explorer James Bruce stole some copies out of Ethiopia. Okay? But what differentiates this Mandela effect from Roman edicts making things anathema is that they're using technology, they're using science and technology to manipulate these timelines, you know? And so what's happening is people are remembering a past that when they look into it now appears changed, it appears different, right? Some people call it shifting realities. Like, you know, we had one reality that we remember, but now the reality now is different. The woman who coined the term Mandela effect, right? She defines it as synchronous memories based in alternate histories. But ultimately, like I say, what they are doing is changing and manipulating historic and prophetic timelines. Okay? And yeah. All right, here's the lady, Fiona Broome. She coined this term in 2010, and she called it the Mandela effect because when Mandela transitioned in 2010, she had vivid memories of Nelson Mandela transitioning while he was in prison. Along, you know, beyond like news reports of it, and you know, she had vivid memories. And so when she started researching, she actually found references to him passing in 1997. So then she started an online forum asking people, like, you have memories of certain things that appear to be like different now. And that's how it got the name Mandela effect, right? I'm going to go through some of the examples, but if you're not aware of it, I do recommend that you go to YouTube and follow up. I'm not going to go real deep into the examples because I want to get into the causes of it, right? But yeah, because they got folk on YouTube that their whole thing is making a comprehensive list of the different changes of reality that they associated with this Mandela effect. So I encourage y'all to follow up with that. But I'm gonna go through some of the like ones that really stand out. This one right here. Who, y'all remember the Berenstain Bears, right? I remember it spelled as like Berenstain, like Stein, right? You pick up a Berenstain book, bear book today, it's spelled Berenstain. And I'm not talking about if you go to the bookstore and buy a Berenstain Bears book like today, and then go and, you know, as opposed to like maybe going into your children's library from X number of years ago. If you go, because to be honest, this is how, like I wasn't aware of this quote unquote Mandela effect, right? But this is what made me say like there is something to this. Because a number of years ago, my empress and myself, we had homeschooled several of our children. And they had, you know, Like, we don't want to homeschool no more, you know? So we had to clean out our little learning zone, the little room we use, right? So we packing up books, and we pull out we packing up a Berenstain Bear book, and both of us noticed, like, it was an A. It was Berenstain. And we asked one another, it was like, yo, didn't you remember this is Berenstain? But we just shrugged it off. We ain't think nothing about it, you know? But this is one example. The examples we're going to use is like from popular media. These are things that we are all kind of familiar with, you know? This infamous Forrest Gump scene where he says, he says, what? Life is like a box of chocolates, right? You look at it now, and I don't mean like a redid something on YouTube, like go and find an old DVD of it or an old VHS of it. It will say life was like a box of chocolates, right? This example really stands out because the change in the movie doesn't make the scene make sense. If y'all remember the James Bond movie with this villain, the dude Jaws, remember he had a metal mouth. All his teeth were metal, right? And at the end of the movie, he sees this chick right here, right? And she smiles and she's got big braces on. And they have an immediate attraction to one another, right? You watch the movie now, she don't have no braces. So the whole, the change makes the whole context of the scene not make any sense. So when I saw this example, that really stood out in my mind, right? How many of y'all remember this show? What was it called? Sex in the City, right? It was in the city. Check it out now. It's Sex and the City. Okay? Another infamous scene. That dramatic scene with Luke and Darth Vader fighting, right? And he says, do you know who your father is? And he's going back and forth, and then Darth Vader says, Luke, I am your father, right? You look at it now, it says, no, I am your father. And there's a good YouTube video to check out on this, because this guy, he had researched the Mandela effect, and so he's like, not really believing it. He pulls out an old VHS. So this is what I'm saying. It's not just like the remade, newer editions these changes are in. It's like the reality has changed. Because he pulls out an old VHS, pops it in, fast forwards to the scene, and when he sees it says, no, I am your father, he loses his mind right there. He has like a mental breakdown right there. So I'm not going to go through the comprehensive list of the media, but I suggest you check it out. But it's not just popular media that's been changing. You got ones who are real heavy into scripture, who are like saying, yo, the Bible has been changed. Okay? There are a lot of different verses. Again, you can go online and check them all out. But the one that stands out the most is Isaiah 11:6. That used to say, who was going to lie down with the lamb? Who lies down with the lamb? The lion. You pull out your King James version now, And it could be your old, go to your oldest King James Version. It's going to say the wolf lies down with the lamb. Okay? But, and again, there's a whole lot of changes. I'm not going to go all into it. Follow up. But now, these media mix-ups, these changes in like popular media, they're not changing reality for that. They are changing history and prophetic timelines. And what's happening is, in them doing that, there's also other subtle changes occurring to the reality. And so the media mix-ups is like it's like the residue of their efforts of changing historic and prophetic timelines. And it's this residue that's waking people up that, yo, something is going on. All right? One historic event that I can say, yeah, it looks like they played with this. Something ain't right. Something is different now. Is the Kennedy assassination. For those who studied the Kennedy assassination, specifically the Zapruder film, right? Way I remember the Zapruder film. You had the driver driving, turns on the Daily Plaza, right? Kennedy, you can tell he gets hit because him and Jacqueline are kind of like, you know, you can see like there's something going on. And what does the driver do? He slows down. See a couple of other, like it seemed like maybe a couple of other shots was coming, but they didn't hit Kennedy. And apparently the first shot that hit Kennedy, it wasn't a death shot. So what does the driver do? Turns around. Oh, no, that was not. My bad. Turns around. Let's see. Turns around. Bam, he takes Kennedy out himself. And that's what inspires Jackie to jump on the roof and try to run out the back of the limo. But if you watch the Zapruder film now, it looks like Jackie pulls out a gun herself and shoots him, like shoots going up. And now you got YouTube videos of like this whole conspiracy theory, did Jackie kill JFK? Now, I'm not saying that she didn't, even though I don't remember the Zapruder film that way, but my thing is, if Jackie was going to take out JFK, why do it there in public in a limo? You know? So, how I'm interpreting it is that they are changing events like this. And again, those media examples that we looked at, it just that's like the residue. That was an unintended byproduct, an unintended change. But that's what people are becoming aware of and waking up to this. All right? But now, there's still a lot of confusion about this they call this so-called Mandela effect. There's a lot of confusion about it. And ultimately, it's because it's misnamed. As we know, misnomers create confusion. If we misname, right? We're going to be confused. Or if something is misnamed, there's going to be confusion around it. So they're calling this the Mandela effect. They might as well call it the Berenstain Bears effect. They might as well call it the Forrest Gump effect, the Star Wars effect, right? Because Usually when we say blank effect, that blank, is it a cause or an effect? It's the cause, right? Like the butterfly effect. This idea that a butterfly flapping its wings in one place could cause a tornado in the next place. The butterfly is the cause. We're talking about a placebo effect, right? You take a pill, but it's not really medicine, right? But your body gets a healing response. The placebo is the effect. Nelson Mandela, people remembering multiple deaths of Nelson Mandela, that is an effect, it's not the cause. So as long as it's called the Mandela effect, there's going to be confusion around this thing. What it is really is the Philadelphia experiment effect. The cause of these manipulations of historic and prophetic timelines should be properly named the Philadelphia experiment effect. It's only if we name it that and follow the line of reasoning that would lead us to, that we're going to have some understanding of what this thing is that we're dealing with. So it's in this context, and we're going to get into mystic Philadelphia. All right. And I'm going to open this up by saying that the ultimate form of magic, let's say you're a magi, right? And you want your light force, you want the light force that you got here on this planet, you want it to have a deep impact on humanity. You want it to have a deep impact on planet Earth. Then you're going to be attempting to control, manipulate, and determine historic and prophetic timelines. It's the ultimate form of magic. And to be honest, that's what Philadelphia actually is. The birth of Philadelphia was an attempt to control, manipulate, and determine the outcome of a prophetic timeline. Many people think Philadelphia was named that because it's the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, right? Because that is the Greek definition of the term Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia, Philadelphia in Greco-Roman mythology was the love shared between Castor and Pollux, the Gemini twins. Okay? But that wasn't why Philadelphia was named Philadelphia. All right? Philadelphia was named Philadelphia because of the place Philadelphia has in biblical prophecy. Okay? Philadelphia, all right, so those that are familiar with Revelation knows that there was a message to 7 churches, right? In that message to 7 churches, 6 of them received like a harsh judgment. Okay? Like, y'all gonna catch it. Y'all gonna catch some wrath. You did A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Therefore, this is gonna be your judgment. Out of them 7 churches, only 1 church received a benevolent prophecy. And that was the Church of Philadelphia. In biblical prophecy, the Church of Philadelphia is considered the congregation that kept the faith. And prophecy said that it was this congregation that was going to be saved in what was called the hour of trial that was going to come upon the whole earth. What we would just know commonly as Judgment Day. All right? So, they wanted to manipulate the outcome of that prophecy and invert it in such a way that that favorable prophecy through judgment would be inverted and fall upon Roman Empire. That's what the birth of Philadelphia is all about. Okay? The birth, yeah, so I'm gonna just so that we're clear, the birth of Philadelphia was an act of magic designed to resurrect the Roman Empire in such a way that the prophecy of grace through judgment would be inverted and fall upon the Roman Empire. Birth of Philadelphia was also designed to steal the prophetic birthright of the so-called lost tribes of Israel to advance Rome's crusade. Okay? So this is what we're going to start. This is what we're going to start. Hold your thought, brethren. All right? We're going to reason. We're going to open up. But to honor time, I just want to be able to move through. And I might even answer your question as we go along. We're going to start with this. Resurrecting the empire, resurrecting the Roman Empire in such a way that the prophecy of grace through judgment gets inverted and falls on Rome. Okay, I already mentioned this. Yeah. All right, so now, this prophecy is Revelations chapter 3, verses 7 through 13. I'm not going to read it all, just some of the relevant ones. This is verse 10. This is where you get the actual prophecy about Philadelphia being given grace on Judgment Day. Since you have kept my command to endure patiently, I will also keep you from the hour of trial that is going to come to the whole world to test the inhabitants of the earth. So this is the specific prophecy they wanted to invert, to fall on Rome. All right, now, William Penn was not the mastermind of this. If you want to follow up on this more, right, and see who were the ones that designed this, who planned this act of magic, you need to study the Philadelphian Society, which was a Rosicrucian order based out of London. 3 key figures: a man named John Portage, a woman named Jane Lee, and a man named William Markham. William Markham being the first governor of Penn's Woods, which is Pennsylvania, right? And the one who actually executed a lot of this plan to kind of make it manifest. All right? And this act of magic is memorialized in the city of Philadelphia in our city hall, our downtown city hall. So it's iconic. Y'all all seen, I'm sure, pictures of Philadelphia City Hall with William Penn standing atop, right? City Hall is a very mystic building with a lot of these mysteries encoded in it, all right? First being that City Hall is the tallest habitable masonry building in the world that is not a temple. Meaning, all right, so you know, like we're in downtown Toronto, right? Y'all got a whole lot of skyscrapers, right? Those skyscrapers aren't masonry buildings. Meaning, what's holding them up is steel beams and girders. Okay? A masonry building is a building that the stones that make the walls actually hold up the structure. So they're usually megalithic structures like the Pyramid of Giza, right? And like a lot of other temples we can visualize, right? So this is a very unique building. Don't have no steel beams or girders holding it up. It's a stone weight-bearing building that's 548 feet tall. It took 30 years to make, 24 million to spend, right? It has 22-foot thick blocks that hold up the weight of the building. And again, it's the tallest building of its nature, largest building of its nature that is not officially a temple. All right, and I say officially because really it does play the role of a temple in a couple of ways. So not only is it built like the masonry structure of it is temple-like, but even the design and the architecture of Philadelphia City Hall is temple-like in that it has concentric courts, or courts within courts, the innermost court being like the Holy of Holies or the inner sanctum, right? And when you get into that innermost court of City Hall, you really see what it's about. Philadelphia City Hall is a Babylon mystery temple, giving recognition that Rome is a resurrection of what? Rome is a resurrection of what? Babylon. Okay? And you have this Babylon mystery temple memorializing taking over the four corners of the earth with the four root races of humanity. So you find columns. There's four main columns in the inner sanctum. One has the indigenous American, indigenous European, indigenous Asian, indigenous African, representing the four corners of the earth. And again, these are weight-bearing structures. Who are they holding up? William Penn, the resurrector of Rome. Okay? And tie it in with this prophecy. How do they memorialize this, inverting the prophecy and encoding it in City Hall? By writing and enshrining on City Hall William Penn's prayer for Philadelphia, which says, "O Philadelphia, name before thou were born." So I told you, William Penn didn't even come up with this idea. It's the Philadelphian society that masterminded this thing. "My soul prays to God for thee, that thou mayst stand in the day of trial, that thy children be blessed, and by thy people saved by thy power." So this is how they memorialize and enshrine this idea that Philadelphia was birthed to resurrect the Roman Empire in such a way that that prophecy of the Church of Philadelphia would be inverted and actually fall on the Roman Empire. Okay? Now, this idea of them stealing the prophetic birthright of the lost tribes, this will possibly be a part 2. All right? But this, the last tour I took Seth and Rob's class on. This was the tour we actually did. I showed how they got memorialized how to steal a birthright. How to steal a birthright. Step 1, you assassinate the matriarchal governance. They got a statue of some colonizers assassinating the queen goddess Winona, wife of Chief Tammany, right? Step 2, you isolate the indigenous woman. You could breed her up. Step 3, you isolate the indigenous man, plying with tobacco and rum, easy to manipulate, and he can sign away the land. And then they ended up with a giant, a super soldier. There's a statue of a super soldier who has a giant penis ejaculating an eagle. You might get into that. All right, but isn't that on YouTube?
No, it's on Facebook Live.
It's on Facebook Live. Right.
So if any of y'all friends with $10 help, you can go to his page.
Yeah. And I do have a couple of other YouTubes where I go over this, but it's not like a live tour. All right. And I think y'all be able to find them. All right. So now, I do want to say that in Philadelphia, they consider Philadelphia to be a museum without walls. Okay? And that Philadelphia, they would say, has one of the most impressive collections of art, architecture, art-type symbols in the world. Okay? And, no, back up one. So, they consider, here's a book named Public Art in Philadelphia, right? Then this work, they break down how public art is really political art. That they're memorializing their political leaders, their political figures, and how their efforts empower the occupation of this land. Okay? But I want to point out that their artwork is a part of this magic. Okay? Because if you're a magi, and I don't mean illusionists. I hope y'all are clear when I say magi. I'm not talking about David Copperfield. Y'all know that, right? All right. So if you're a magi and you're tight with your game, one thing you have to do as much as possible, you got to honor universal law. You got to honor the laws of nature. And one of the laws you got to honor the most is the law of free will. You cannot violate a next man's free will when you're working magic. Because then what you will do is create a karmic energy dynamic where your free will be denied. So what they do is they tell you everything they're doing. They might not tell you in English like, yeah, I'm going to kill your, I'm going to kill your matriarchal governance, right? I'm going to breed you up. I'm going to manipulate your man and make a super soldier army with y'all, with your seed. They're not going to say it in English like that right in front of you. Because if someone comes to you and say that, it's going to naturally bring resistance. You're not going to tolerate that, right? So what they do is they use the language of art, architecture, and art-type symbols. And they tell you everything that they're going to do. And it is your choice to pay attention to it and decipher it or not. And if you don't pay attention to it and you don't choose to decipher it, then you're implying consent. And so I'm not violating your free will. Are y'all with me? Yeah. All right. So that's why that's why the study of Philadelphia's art, architecture, and art-type symbols is so rewarding. Because they're telling us everything they're doing All right, and there's one artist who, this man, he has to be a master Rosicrucian who knows everything that I'm sharing with you. He has 3 pieces of art in Philadelphia, all of them tied to what we're talking about today. His name is Jock Lipschitz. This is one of his pieces right in front of City Hall, memorializing the Babylon Mystery Temple and how Babylon is taking the 4 races of humanity to take over the 4 corners of the earth. Okay? Jock Lipschitz is also the sculptor of the Spirit of Enterprise. This is the statue I was just telling you about, where you got this giant super soldier with this giant penis, sperm coursing through it, and ejaculating an eagle. This embodies stealing the prophetic birthright to advance Rome's crusade. Okay? And he has one more sculpture too, and that's Prometheus strangling the vulture on top of Fire Mount or Fair Mount, which is the most sacred pyramid mound of Lenapehoking. Okay? Tradition says that this fire mound, which now the Philadelphia Museum of Art sits on top of, this mound is so powerful. Whatever happens here happens with the full participation of the earth. That's what Lenape tradition says. Okay? So it's been taken over. It's now called Fairmount. So if you come to Philadelphia, you hear about Fairmount Park. This is Fairmount. Fairmount means fire mound. Okay, hold that thought, because anybody that knows the story of Prometheus is going to know the significance of it being the fire mound. Okay? But this sculpture is Prometheus strangling the vulture. And you can see it's a small statue. It's the smallest of all the Jock Lipschitz statues. And to be honest, I wasn't able to decipher the full significance of this statue until the last tour that we did with Seth and Rob's class. All right? But it's centered right in front of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, even though it's a small statue. Okay? And here it is. You see Prometheus. He's strangling a vulture. What's the significance of that? All right. Prometheus is a titan. A titan in Greco-Roman mythology was a race of beings that were demigods, kind of, well, they had probably some beyond Earth ancestry and some human ancestry. But these are what we would know biblically as the Nephilim. These are the reptilians. These are they got many names by many people. Okay? But these were the beings that, because of their corruption of humanity, were imprisoned inside of the earth. Okay? There's a lot of different traditions. I'm sure y'all know at least one tradition where these beings are related to, right? All right, so we all know what we're talking about. So now, Prometheus was the titan that supposedly gave fire to humanity against the will of the gods. And for that transgression, Prometheus and the rest of the titans was imprisoned in the earth. Prometheus specifically was chained to what was called the rock of eternal torment. And a vulture, a magical vulture, was placed there. to take a bite out of Prometheus. And wherever he bit Prometheus, that part of his body would grow back to only be bit again. So it was like a rock of eternal torment, right? But the way Jack Lipschitz portrays Prometheus, he's now free from the rock of eternal torment, and he's killing the vulture. Okay? Very significant. We're going to get into why. But what I want to point out is that this is tied in to one of the biggest things Philadelphia has been historically, and that's a place of science, technology, and invention. And this whole thing ultimately goes back to what we would just say is Ben Franklin opening the gates of hell. Okay? And like I said, I wasn't able to fully decipher the significance of that Prometheus statue until the last tour we did with Second Rock, right? Because this plaque, which is in Eakins Oval on the George Washington equestrian statue, across the street, but directly in front of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. We always would look at this plaque where you got Ben Franklin, right? Now, we might get into deciphering this whole statue, but what I want to point out is this. You see, everyone is heading in one direction and looking in one direction, right? And if you follow this plaque on the statue, where they're heading to is the assassination of the Queen Goddess. There's only one person looking away from it, and that's Ben Franklin. We always asked ourselves, what is Ben Franklin looking at? We could say, yeah, he was just looking at Fairmount, looking at the art museum, but we always knew it was something more, right? And it was like, well, is he looking away from the assassination of the Queen Goddess? Like, you know, like plausible denial, like, I ain't see it. You know, I might have set it up, but I ain't see it. Like, he was always attempting to decipher it, right? But when I scienced that Prometheus statue is in direct alignment with this statue. And that is what Ben Franklin is looking at. Okay? And this is all tied in to Ben Franklin's quote-unquote discovery of electricity, starting the industrial technological revolution and opening up the gates of hell. Okay? And what this is saying is what they're saying with their art and their architecture was that Prometheus, the Titan, was Ben Franklin's inspiration for harnessing electric fire in what is known historically as the Philadelphia experiment. Okay? Now, before we get deep into that, I do want to kind of talk about, just in general, the Ben Franklin Parkway. Because this is one of the most, this one road is probably one of the most important roads in this country, in this continent, to decipher. When I was a younger brethren in the early 90s, we hosted Steve Copley in Philadelphia, right? And when he finished his presentation, you know, attempting to be gracious host, like y'all been, is there anything we can do for you, brother? So I only want y'all to do one thing. Take me to Ben Franklin Parkway. And we took him actually to this statue. When we all got there, I was a young, you know, I was in my early 20s. I had just moved to Philly myself. So we all got there, we just looked. We couldn't decipher nothing. But that always stuck in my head. It's like, There's got to be something significant. The only thing this brother wanted to do in Philly was come here. This thing is worthy of more attention, you know? But now, just in general, the Ben Franklin Parkway, what's the mystery enshrined and encoded in the Ben Franklin Parkway? That France and England were both overtly and covertly working to resurrect Rome on these shores. And that Ben Franklin was the French connection between France and England, orchestrating the resurrection of Rome behind the scenes. Okay, next slide. Yeah. All right, so now, what did Franklin do as the French connection? This is related to these regions. He was the mastermind of the 7-Year War, also known as the French and Indian War. He kicked that off in 1754 by signing a treaty with the misnamed Iroquois Confederacy, really the Haudenosaunee, right? Because Iroquois is a French word which means venomous serpent. So the Haudenosaunee, the people in the Longhouse, who, if I'm not mistaken, are the indigenous of this region. Am I right? Right. All right. So he created a treaty in 1754, Albany Congress, with the Haudenosaunee, right? And we got to put a context to this. The French were troubling the Haudenosaunee from Canaanland, from Canada. They were pressuring them from the north. Meanwhile, the British were pressuring the Lenape from the east. Okay? So the Lenape approached the Haudenosaunee and said, look, we got common enemy, common foe. We need to come together. Fight them collectively. Ben Franklin went to the Haudenosaunee and was like, look, I know the French is troubling y'all. If you agree not to align with the Lenape against the British, we'll support you against the French. The Haudenosaunee went for it, not knowing that Ben Franklin was who? The French connection. He then betrayed the Haudenosaunee in 1763 with the Treaty of Paris, where in that treaty, all of quote-unquote New France was given for English dominion. Okay? So that was how Ben Franklin worked as the French connection to help resurrect Rome. And all of that is memorialized on the Ben Franklin Parkway. Okay? That's what, yeah. So how did they show you the French connection? The first thing they did was to model the Ben Franklin Parkway after the Champs-Élysées. I always mash up some French. I know I'm amongst French speakers, but y'all know what I mean. The Champs-Élysées, right? That's the model for the Ben Franklin Parkway. All right? Philadelphia Museum of Art is a temple to the Muses. All right? Ben Franklin was initiated into a French Masonic order named the Order of the Nine Sisters. The Nine Sisters referred to the 9 Muses of art, beauty, and culture. Okay? So the Philadelphia Museum of Art memorializes Franklin's initiation into the Order of the Nine Sisters. More Parisian architecture on the Ben Franklin Parkway. Family Court and the Free Library are twin buildings that replicate the palaces on the Place de la Concorde. Did I say that right? All right. We said this was all about resurrecting Rome. There's a Vatican presence on the Ben Franklin Parkway with the Cathedral of St. Peter and St. Paul in Renaissance Italian architecture. Franklin Institute of Science, Technology, and Invention, Imperial Roman architecture. And the Art Museum, the architecture of the Art Museum embodies Rome's cultural root, which is Greece. So it's a Greco-Roman temple. All right, and the City Hall, which we already talked about, represents the modern Babylon, Mystery Babylon, resurrected in a modern metropolis. The whole idea that cities are Babylon, right? Bang. All right. So now, I told you this Order of the Nine Sisters, Franklin was a member of, right? They create many museums. I'm sure they probably got some museums up here. You know how you can go to some museums and the vibe is level? You go to some museums and it's like, yo, there's something creepy happening up in here, right? More than you go in a museum like that, was created by this Order of the Nine Sisters. So they created another museum right here on the Ben Franklin Parkway to memorialize another Masonic order that Franklin was a member of. And that's called the Hellfire Club. Okay? The Hellfire Club is now known as the Grand Freemason Lodge of England. They had to change their name because one of the heads of it, this man right here, Philip Duke of Wharton, right? He was such an out-of-the-closet Satanist who was having, they would call it like in the guise of like mock rituals, right? Mocking religion. But they would have black masses sacrificing children and sacrificing women. And this dude was known as just like a overt Satanist. They had to change the name Hellfire Club to clean up their act to the Freemason Lodge of England. So Franklin was a member of this order. All right? And was he dealing with it in a fullness? Yeah, he was. Because in the late 90s, when they excavated Ben Franklin's London home, what did they find in the basement? Bodies of women and children. All right? But now, they built a museum to memorialize Franklin's membership in the Hellfire Club. And it's called the Rodin Museum. All right? It's really right next to the the Philadelphia Museum of Art. It's on the Parkway. All right? And it looks like a mausoleum. It's a French-style mausoleum or a crypt. And there's more of the museum underground than it is above ground. It's a permanent installation, and the name of that installation is called the Gates of Hell. Okay? And you see this statue here, the Thinker. It's a very iconographic statue, right? Everybody here has seen the Thinker, right? Cartoons, it's in cartoons, it's very iconographic. Who knew that this was a part of a permanent installation named the Gates of Hell on the Ben Franklin Parkway? Okay? Yeah, next slide. All right, so here's the actual Gates of Hell. And I want you to see that the Thinker, he has his own statue, but then the Thinker is also on the Gates of Hell. Okay? And the Gates of Hell depict the torments and sufferation that is experienced in the second hell of Dante's Inferno, or Dante's Divine Comedy. Okay? And this is some of the torments that is depicted on this gates of hell. Next slide. Next slide. Okay? Next slide. All right, so now, how do you get into this hell? Rome antics. The antics of Rome. Politics. Politics. Like all the fuckery that goes on in those Roman-inspired institutions like the Capitol in D.C. So any Roman-inspired architecture where you got politics going on, you caught up in that, how you enter these gates of hell. Mutual consecration. You got three men, all filled with guilt and shame. Their heads is down. They feeling guilty, but they are mutually agreeing to something. Mutual consecration. So you know, like to get in certain orders, you got to take an oath. But beyond taking that oath, you got to do something nasty. You got to do something defiling of yourself, something that would be embarrassing and disgraceful. So that if you ever want to flip and don't go along with the program, you got something hanging over you. Guilt and shame, guilt and shame. So we all always have to do dogma checks, paradigm checks. If anything in your paradigm got you feeling guilty and shameful, yeah, you need to check that. You should only have productive emotions about what you're dealing with in your life. Gratitude being the most productive. And of course, misplaced sexual energy. This is how you get into this gates of hell. And all of this is memorialized in this Rodin Museum. So why? Why have this? Why? Because Ben Franklin raised hell for the Hellfire Club. And I'm not going to get into the depths of how he did it. I'm going to just tell you this. He opened the gates of hell by birthing the United States in such a way that the star Aldebaran, which is the eye of the bull, and the portal to outer darkness, is very prominently placed in the United States chart. I'm not going to get all deep into that. I'm going to just put that out there. There is, you want to get into the depths of this? I have a Free Your Mind. I have 3 Free Your Mind presentations. This is a conference, Free Your Mind conference. It occurs in April in Philadelphia. I presented 3 times. My second presentation, I go deep in on Ben Franklin and the gates of heaven. So if you want to go deeper into this, check it out. All right? But then you got to ask yourself, why would you want to open up the gates of hell? What would be in it for you to open up the gates of hell? Well, this is what's tied in to Ben Franklin looking back at Prometheus. Remember, Prometheus was imprisoned in the earth, right? And Prometheus brings the gift of fire to humanity. So Ben Franklin opened up the gates of hell to do 2 things. One, to free the Titans, to free the Nephilim, to free the fallen angels, however you want to, the bad man, the reptilians, the Dracos, however you want to name them. He opened up the gates of hell to free them from their bondage, and that they would in exchange give him technology. Okay? And freeing the Titans from their inner earth imprisonment in exchange for receiving the technology of electric fire. That's why Ben Franklin opened up the gates of hell. And this gives deeper context to another statue that's on the Philadelphia Museum of Art called Social Consciousness. A statue so ill in frequency, I can't go near it. The first tour I took them on, I had my little, I work with my crystals, I had my little juju on. Yeah, we walked all up on the statue. I'm deciphering it for them. I felt lovely the whole tour. We was up in the elements, up in the woods. It was a beautiful day. I felt great. We left the statue. I was done. And not just done for that day, but even a couple of days. Such that when I would take all the other tours we went on after that, I'd be like, yeah, y'all see that statue up there? It's called Social Consciousness. Check it out and tell me what you think. I'm going to be around on the other side waiting for y'all. Okay? That's Black Truth, No White Lie. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that around y'all, my bad. But, yeah, but what this statue is two Nephilim, two fallen angels. One is sodomizing a human anally from the back. The other is acting like a vampire, but not with his mouth on a man's neck, sucking his vital energy, but through his hand, is sucking energy out of a next human. And you got a third human in the middle, the next victim, watching helplessly. Okay? So, on one side of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, you got the one titan, Prometheus, freeing himself and killing the vulture that was carrying out his judgment. So he's escaping his judgment. Then you got the other Nephilim, the other fallen angels that has been freed. Exploiting and sucking the life essence out of humanity. Meanwhile, the Titans, these Nephilim, these fallen angels, they give Ben Franklin technology. And that is memorialized by the Franklin Institute of Science, Technology, and Invention, which is, I told you, right on the parkway. Okay? So this is why he opened up the gates of hell. To get science, technology, and invention from these fallen angels that were in the earth. Now, Franklin's works in the Americas were well known in Europe, France, England, and other parts of Europe. They called his work collectively the Philadelphia Experiment. Franklin himself refers to a specific event that he did as the Philadelphia Experiment. And that is you know how Franklin is associated with flying a kite and with a key on it, right? It didn't go down like that, okay? But Franklin is attributed as being the one that connected lightning to the phenomenon of static electricity. And he describes what he did. The Philadelphia Experiment for drawing the electric fire from clouds by means of pointed rods of iron erected on high buildings. So that was what Franklin was doing, tapping the electric fire of the heavens. Okay? And again, taking it back to Prometheus. Prometheus was his inspiration. These Nephilim, these fallen angels, these reptilian Draco beings imprisoned in the earth, They were his muse. They were his inspiration. Now, there's three significant inventions that we could say opened the door for time travel or time manipulation. That would be electricity, the computer, and then the actual technology of time travel. All three of those things were discovered in Philadelphia. We just said Ben Franklin himself is attributed with discovering electricity or making that relationship that lightning and static electricity are the same phenomenon. The modern computer, discovered in Philadelphia. The first computer created was ENIAC by this man, John von Neumann, at the University of Pennsylvania. But John von Neumann didn't create the computer so we could have YouTube battles and go on Facebook. All right? He created ENIAC because he was working on a project that is known in pop culture as the Philadelphia Experiment, where they had these Tesla coils, which were basically these giant antennas that emitted high frequency radiation. And he had to calibrate the generators on a naval ship named the USS Eldridge to the same generation frequency as these Tesla coils. And in order to do the calculations needed to synchronize the generators with the antennas, he created ENIAC. So I want y'all to understand that the first computer was created to facilitate time travel. And then you actually had, again, what is known in pop culture as the Philadelphia Experiment. It occurred August 12th, 1943, where you had a U.S. naval ship. Because now, let's put it in context. You have World War II going on. Germany was with their submarines. They were blowing up all the transatlantic ships, right? Going across. So the Navy said they wanted ships to have radar and visibility. So that was the pretext that this experiment went down. And what they did was they had coils designed by Nikola Tesla. And y'all all up on Tesla, right? All right, good. They used coils from Tesla, the generators calibrated by John von Neumann to test out Albert Einstein's theory of space-time relativity. And when they fired up the Tesla coils on the USS Eldridge, they did achieve radar and visibility. But not only that, the USS Eldridge disappeared out of our space timeline, our space-time continuum. It disappeared for about an hour before it reappeared. I'm not going to go in all on this either, just to honor time. But there are two movies, the Philadelphia Experiment and the Philadelphia Experiment 2. I highly recommend you check them out. The Philadelphia Experiment 2 actually is about what they're calling the Mandela effect today, where in the Philadelphia Experiment 2, they go back and change history such that the Nazis have won World War II. And there's only one man that remembers the real timeline, right? I say real relatively. There's only one man that remembers the real timeline, and that was the one who went through who was a part of the experiment on the USS Eldridge, and who was in the first Philadelphia experiment movement. Okay? And because he's the only one that remembered what the real timeline was, it's on to him to get it right again. Very, very important movies for us to check out. And again, this is known in pop culture as the Philadelphia experiment. You say the Philadelphia experiment to most people, they're not going to take it back to Ben Franklin. They're going to think you're referring to this. Okay? Now, so in 1943, they blew a small hole open in our fabric of space-time. In 1983, they blew the hole wide open in what is known in pop culture as the Montauk Project, which occurred in Montauk, Long Island, New York, where that same man, John von Neumann, recreated what they did in 43 on the USS Eldridge in a naval research base in Montauk, Long Island. But what they did was they connected the two, creating a 40-year, chronologically, it's a 40-year hole in time. Spatially, it's 1 degree of latitude, but the 40th degree. Okay? Because those that have seen some of our Mystic Feeling works know that one significant thing about Philadelphia is that it's on the 40th parallel. Okay? And that's really what's up with Philly and New York. Why is there so much power there? Because it's on the 40th degree of latitude. And we know the mystic numerology associated with 40 all through the Bible. Right? Noah's Ark, what? It was on the water, what? 40 days, 40 nights, right? Jesus fasted in the desert, 40 days and 40 nights. 12 tribes wandered the wilderness. 40, was it 40 years? Yeah, 40 years, right? So this 40, very important. So they created a hole in the fabric of space-time that was 40 years chronologically in length. Spatially, it was only 1 degree, which is about 168 miles. 1 degree of latitude is about 168 miles. But that 168 miles encompassed the 40th degree of latitude. So you can say it's 40 by 40, the whole, in the fabric of space-time. Okay? Y'all with me? All right. After 1983, the technology around what we would call quantum computing accelerated dramatically. Because it's actually this quantum computing that they're using to manipulate this time. So my thinking is, when they opened up that 40 by 40 portal, they were able to tap even more deeper technology. Are y'all with me? So in 1985, you have this dude named David Duke, and he archetypes the first what's called universal quantum computer, meaning this model of quantum computer will work for any scale of quantum computing. Okay? So like when I say scale, like you know how the early Windows might have been like 32 megabytes of RAM and, you know, right, 8 megs, hertz, and right? But now we're in the gigahertz processing and terabyte hard drives, but it's basically the same technology, right? So David Deutsch created in '85, 2 years after they opened up this 40 by 40 portal. David Deutsch creates the first universal quantum computer. He also creates these algorithms that are designed by what's called constructor theory. Constructor theory are out, listen to this, y'all. These are algorithms that allow the laws of information and computation to be viewed as laws of physics. Y'all understand the implications of that? And if I have an algorithm, right? I like to say algorithm. But if I have an algorithm that it processes information in such a way that basically what it's doing, I can process information in such a way that I can manipulate the laws of physics. Okay? All right, 1998, you got the first experimental demonstration of this constructor theory in quantum computing. 2000, they were able to scale it up. 2003, DARPA, the Defense Research Branch of the Army, U.S. Army, creates the first quantum computer network in 2003. So DARPA has had these quantum computers seried in a network since 2003. And these are computers that allow information to be intertangled, intertwined with the laws of physics. So from 2003, DARPA's had this technology. By 2010, you got people saying they've experienced some Mandela effect because it seems like the reality they remember is not the reality they're living now. You all see how this thing is the Philadelphia experiment effect. This is not the Mandela effect. And until we look at it as the Philadelphia experiment effect, we're not going to fully understand what we're dealing with. Now, 2011, the first commercially available quantum computer hit the market. It's called the D-Wave computer, right? Now, I don't think the D-Wave is responsible for the Mandela effect. Like I said, I think it's DARPA. This is some Army weaponry. But the D-Wave, because they were trying to sell it, right? They had to explain what quantum computing is all about, to sell their product. So we should study the D-Wave computer to get an understanding of what this technology is really doing. All right? And what they do with this D-Wave computer, number one, they've created an environment that is 3 times colder than interstellar space. Go, yeah. They say it's the coldest place in the universe. I don't know about that. It might be, but it is 3 times colder than interstellar space. Why it's shaped in a black box is because they have shielded all, like no radiation is getting in there. No radiation at all. So what's inside of these D-Wave computers would be what we would call the void or the abyss. Okay? And in that environment, electrons into their quantum state. And if y'all not familiar with quantum physics, it's something else you should follow up on, because it shows us what our reality is really like. All right? The omniverse is one giant potential. The omniverse is one giant potential. And I say omniverse because within the omniverse, there's an infinite number of universes. Okay? So this universe that we're in, it's only one of an infinite number. And what defines the universe? Something that's different from the next universe. And what do we mean by that? I'm going to use all of us for an example. Let's say we're at a critical point in our life. We met somebody, and we're trying to make that decision. Should I marry him or should I not? Right? And then let's say I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna marry, right? Because the universe is one giant potential, there does exist an alternate version of me that did decide to marry her. So imagine that for every decision you make, every decision every human makes on infinity. That's the number of universes there is within our omniverse. Why? Because the omniverse is one giant potential. So another thing about quantum physics is this thing with the part between the particle and a wave. Meaning, when we talk about particles like electrons and protons and things like that, right? They only become a particle when they're influenced by something else, specifically when they're perceived. Until they are perceived, they're in a fluid wave form. Okay? That movie Toy Story. It's like silly cartoon animation. But it's like when people aren't looking at the dolls, they're alive, they got this whole thing going. As soon as someone looks at them, that's kind of like how the quantum state is. Okay? So in these D-wave computers, the electrons in there are not in particle form. They're in what would be like a wave form, right? And these waves of electrons are able to transcend universes. They're not materialized in any one manifested reality. Okay? So when they run this algorithm to solve a problem, the D-wave computer doesn't solve problems like the binary computers that we are familiar with. That basically when it all boils down, whatever problem we put into one of these computers is going to be solved by computation, by mathematics with zeros and ones. Quantum computers don't work that way. Quantum computers calculate the frequency or the energy dynamic of the universe that is almost exactly identical with the one we're in now, except the problem that they're attempting to solve has already been done so. And through a process called quantum entanglement, they take particles from that universe that has the problem solved and brings it into this one, thus merging the timeline, thus merging the two universes into one. this is what people are experiencing as the Mandela effect. Because when they bring them two universes together, right? Yeah, that problem was solved. Yeah, now it don't look like the driver shot Kennedy. It looks like Jackie did it. But damn, we accidentally met in that alternate universe that, like we say, is almost identical to this one. But in that universe, it said, Darth Vader said, "No, I am your father." Whereas in ours, it says, "Luke, I am your father." So that's what this thing is that we're witnessing. Okay? And again, quantum entanglement causes quantum pollution. That's another way to term this, what we're witnessing, quantum pollution. All right? Now, a lot of people associate CERN. Y'all up on CERN, right? Y'all up on CERN, right? You don't know about, come on, brother, you know about CERN? You got to get up on CERN. This is the super particle collider. This is the largest machine in the world. 26 miles in circumference. Part of it's under Switzerland, part of it's under France. A lot of people associate CERN with this Mandela effect. And it is playing a part. All right? Because this is another phenomenon with space-time, the flow of space-time. Space-time is self-healing. The analogy I like to use, all right, let's say you're at a creek or you're at a river, and that river's flowing, right? But the surface of the water is flat, right? And you take a rock, a big rock, and you throw it in the water. The surface is you're going to see the impact of that rock, and it's going to cause waves and stuff, right? But after a certain amount of flow, all of that heals over, right? The flow of space-time is the same way. Meaning, they found out this is my thing, they found out in early experimentation in their efforts of manipulating space-time, or if I go back in the past and change one thing, something else is going to happen to kind of cancel that out, and we end up with the same result in the present. That deals with that? Yeah. And then someone told me about another Mo Bay. Where you at? What was that movie you were telling me about? James Franco. Same thing was jumping off. All right, so I'm gonna check that out also. But see, no, so this is what they're using CERN to do. Once they change historic and prophetic timelines to the way they want, they turn CERN on to collapse all other possible outcomes, thus locking you're preventing that self-healing effect of nature to be able to manifest, and thus creating the outcome of the historic or prophetic timeline that they want. Okay? They are doing it. When did they build CERN? I'm not sure, but CERN came online not too long ago. 2010? Okay.
So you're telling somebody can turn the planet off. So you're telling somebody. Because that's what heals us.
Well,
it's impossible.
That's what they're attempting to do.
But it's impossible.
Give thanks. I'm not arguing with you that it's impossible, but I'm telling you what they're attempting to do.
That's right.
Yeah, I already mentioned the space. I might have already went over the space-time self-healing. Let me see. I might have already shared it. Go forward. All right, so yeah, all right. So that's basically the Philadelphia experiment effect. I'm going to share some things I think we can do in the meanwhile until we get our technology game up enough to cancel this out, or our spirit work enough to cancel this thing out. But one thing we need to do, first thing, we got to study and verify this thing. Study, verify, and or account for these differences and these realities. Okay? Productive emotions now more than ever are critical. Okay? Because it seems like, and I'm sure all of us experience this, it seems like now more than ever, we create our reality synchronistically and instantaneously with how we're thinking and we're feeling. Ashe? Why is that? Because our attachments to the past have been cut. Okay? Another thing with quantum physics, the omniverse is all about possibilities and probabilities. The omniverse is one giant possibility. But what's going to matter? If without all of this manipulation, what would usually manifest is probability. And probability is based on sequential events of the past. Okay? But now that they've kind of shattered this fabric of space-time, we're not as connected to the past as we were. We're not as connected to our past probabilities. It's all present possibility. And so if we're operating on a fear frequency, a lack frequency, unproductive emotion frequency, we're going to be creating a reality we don't want for ourselves. If you want to create the reality that you want for yourself, what has got to be at the forefront of your mind as much as possible? Anybody that knows me, when you greet me and I, what do I say? Hey, how you doing, Ross? What do I say? Thankful. We have to have gratitude now more than ever. If you want to create the reality that you are thankful for, you got to be thankful now. And if you can't think of something to be thankful about, you're not meditating enough. Because I don't see nobody in here in no wheelchair. I don't see nobody in here with no assisted breathing apparatus. Everybody gonna eat tonight? Ate already. So if you can't find something to be thankful for, you need to meditate. We need to alkalize. I don't know about y'all, but I've been experiencing what I could best describe as phantom pain. Unexplainable pain and inflammation in my body. I'm an italist. People, y'all see how I eat, how I live? I shouldn't be having this random inflammation and random pain in my body. But what I think is happening is, and I don't think I'm alone in this. Am I alone in this? All right. What I think is happening is shifting through these timelines. It's like molecular acid. It's causing free radical buildup in our bodies. Okay? So we got to alkalize. All right? Get more magnetic ions, more particles that are going to act like antioxidants in our bodies. Okay? Ginger, turmeric, cannabis, zeolite have been what I find are the best counterbalance.
All y'all got lasagna. That's lasagna.
Yes, I. Turmeric in the lasagna. Yes, I. We need to be dealing with superconductive crystals and highly conductive elements too. And we can hold our energy proper. All right? So, and I'm going to show you how mystic creation is. I've been dealing with crystals for a long time. And what I've observed is certain crystals come up or are unearthed right when they're needed. So for a long time, this idea of superconductivity could only be made manifest in labs, because you'd have to create these artificial environments, super cold, kind of like the quantum computers, super cold environments with what they call rare earth metals, alloys that normally you don't find in nature. And when they would put these rare earth alloys in like absolute zero environments, they would allow current to pass through them with no ohmage, no impedance, and remain stable. That's the thing. All right. Many things can superconduct at room temperature, but they break down, they destabilize. All right. Nature has revealed two superconductive crystals that superconduct at room temperature and remain stable. One is cobaltite, which is a copper carbon sulfur crystal. Why is that significant? What are the three key components of melanin? Let me hear it. Copper, carbon, sulfur. All right. The other is called shungite. All right. Now, cobaltite's hard to get, very expensive. Shungite, not as hard to get, moderately priced. I do have shungite today. It's superconductive crystals that help us, like, no matter what timeline they try to shift on, right? Right? We steady connected with our source. I feel that's what the superconductive crystals do. Also work with monatomic gold and silver. Help electrify yourself. I think we need to minimize our dealings with technology. And above all, avoid wearable technology. Okay? But, like, I canceled my Facebook. I know I've been hearing months like, yo, Rob, where's Ross been? I'm trying to survive, brother. And so I'm cutting back my technology. I am. I'm not on technology. I'm more in the real world now. And I'm more thankful for it. You know? So I think we got to disentangle from there. And now, I should have mentioned this. When I told you August 1243 was when they did the Philadelphia experiment with the USS Eldridge. 1980, August 12, 1983 was when they opened that 40 by 40 hole in the fabric of space-time at the Montauk Project. Those were aligned with an Earth biorhythm that peaks out in 40-year cycles on this day, August 12th. The next one is lined up for August 12, 2023. Survive to that point. Survive to that point. If we do, my prayer, my hope is that we can close the conduit, brother. That we can close that 40 by 40 hole on that day. My feeling is this is going to be a critical day no matter how it goes down. Okay? No matter how it goes down, it's going to be a critical day. And I don't like us focusing on one day, right? Like how they did that 2012 thing, right? I try to avoid focusing on one day. But we do have to pay attention to time. And we do know that the hour of trial, that day of judgment, we know that that thing has been prophesied. That is ultimately what all this is about. Those Nephilim, them fallen angels, them titans, escaping their trying to escape their judgment. Okay? So, however it's going to go down, it's going to be an important day. We got to survive to that point. Pay attention to this thing. Inform our friends. Inform our family. And wait for following instructions. I think that might be it. That is. And what's our time like?
Yeah.
I got 10 minutes. I ain't even gonna mess with the part 2. That just means y'all gotta invite me up again. So I hope y'all receive this message, with gratitude and the love that I'm sharing it. Again, I thank y'all for inviting me to be a part of the Canaanland Moor community. I count y'all as my family. I love y'all. I wish y'all the best. Islam. Hey, my brother, since we got a couple minutes, you got that question, did I answer it? Yeah, I kind of felt that. Yes, sir. All right.
Sorry, but I have 3 questions.
Oh, yes, brother.
My first question, are Afrikaners Nazis? You say Afrikaners are Nazis?
That's a complex question.
Okay.
I would say the ones now, and I kind of get into that.
Are Afrikaners, the people residing in South Africa, claiming heritage, claiming legacy in South Africa, Afrikaners, are they Nazis?
I don't know about that.
Okay. My second question is with regard to these conversations, they definitely have a lot of parallels. Does the Philadelphia African American Museum have any conversations that kind of counterbalance some of these pieces that are out there?
All right, this is what I'll say about the African American Cultural Museum in Philadelphia. Okay? When you stand in front of the African American Cultural Museum, what do you look at, brother? What's right across when you're standing in front of there? What are you looking at? A federal prison. And when you're in front of the federal prison looking across the street, you see the African American Museum of History, Art, and Culture.
Does it have any response to some of Ben Franklin's speeches?
Well, all of this is, both of those are like one block from where Ben Franklin is buried.
Okay. My last question, with the Sultan of Morocco and his lineage, why was there no juxtaposition when Ben Franklin and his energies in society were going too far to end the agreement and send them back home?
That's a good question, right?
With the Sultan of Morocco and his lineage, when Ben Franklin and the boys were going too far, why do you say your agreement here is ended? Go back home.
When you get in, that's the thing about this book. Taj put this book together. Right. Taj put this book is loaded with what?
Mike.
Yeah.
You're on camera.
When Taj put this book together, it was loaded with information. You'll find in this book, and also, like I said, if you go to do that research at them specific places, you'll find that they didn't want the Sultan to make that treaty.
Right.
I mean, his beys, his governors, and the people in the regencies, they were totally against that treaty of peace and friendship because they knew that Albion couldn't be trusted.
Right.
And he did it anyway. And what happened was we started to war with each other. And as we fell, he just picked up the spoils and he just did what he did. Because they knew they couldn't be trusted. It's right there in the book. Now, a couple things I just want to touch on right quick, and then I'll give Ross back the mic. There's a show called Sleepy Hollow. The 4th season just started, right? If you can go back and start watching that from the 1st season, you'll find that on that show, and me and Ross been talking about this, you'll find that on that show, what you were just talking about, with Ben Franklin and that Gates of Hell and releasing the Titans. The only thing they did differently on the show, because Ben Franklin still was key in opening the gates of hell in the show, but instead of the Titans, he welcomed the 4 horsemen of death from the book of Revelations, right? So a lot of the stuff that he's talking about in here, they already talking about in that TV show.
Because they tell us everything they do.
Everything. The prophet said to watch the papers and listen to the radio. I said to watch the television because they're giving it up. Anybody who wants to get this book, go to RV Bay Publications. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship. This book is laced in.
I think I seen that Virgin over there got some too.
You got some? Maury got 2. Don't fight, yo. Now, just one more thing I want to touch on before we break. What?
There's more questions for Rob.
For Rob?
Yes.
I just want to say this and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Just let me say this and then Ross can have it done. Right? You see this book up here say eat right for your type? It's talking about eating right for your blood type. We talked about this over the past couple of days. I don't know if any of y'all know your blood type. If you do, this is a great book to get. Ross was talking about having certain aches and pains and things going wrong. I experienced that myself. And I came across this information a year ago and threw it to the wayside. A few months ago, it kept popping up and popping up and popping up. So I did a ton of research. When I started doing this, when I started eating right for my blood type, I started seeing changes in my physical being, in my energy, in my sleep, and all types of other things. It's on Amazon. It's for 1 cent. Y'all see it right there. CBNU, 1 cent. Go get it.
Yes, brother.
I got two questions. One question was, you said survival until 2023, right? And wait for instructions? What do you mean?
Along, okay. It seems to me like our journey, our, you could even say this battle, right? It's like driving at night. You're only going to see as far as the headlights allow you, right? So you can't see what's a mile up the road, or you can't see what's around that dark turn, right? You can only see and deal with what's right in front of you, right? That's where we're at. Because do I know right now? All right, I've been able to identify what this thing is. Do I know right now how to cancel it today? No. But I wouldn't have been revealed this much just to suffer and die. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way we can overcome this. They say no weapon what? No weapon shall prosper. So even with this thing, they're not going to win, right? But how is it going to go down? I don't really know right now. We got to wait and see.
The other question was, so in this scenario, the calendar year doesn't really matter. Just using that cycle. For example, we know that the calendar is off. So this calendar you're using doesn't really matter. You're stuck in the same 40-year cycle.
Yeah, it's, well, I mean, these are the days, these are the 40-year cycles they're using to manipulate time. So it happened on those days of the Gregorian calendar. So that is why I'm using that as a reference.
And what I'm saying too is, I understand the idea of pulling reality into another reality in the time frame. But if we were supposed to like literally get back to our calendar and see prophetically what was prophesied by us without interruption, do you think we should go by that one? Maybe this is erring that way?
What I would say, that is probably something else we have to do.
All right.
To further align ourselves with space-time, yeah, we got to study prophecy. We got to study our indigenous timekeeping calendar and align with that.
Because maybe they will create a red herring.
Yeah.
To follow there. But they're not.
I would affirm that, brother. Thank you.
Me too. Me too.
I saw next hand. Yes, brother.
As I was listening to you talk, as you're saying, they show, we're showing in the movies. We're showing you who we are as in movie Superman. As Superman came from the house of hell.
Right.
He's an elf.
Right.
He has that power. They're telling you how to get that power. But nobody's studying, nobody's understanding. When we're young, they're telling you what the power is. Because we are elves.
Yes.
You know, straight. You want to be a Superman?
Be an L and a Bay.
That's what you have to do.
Yes, I affirm that. Any other questions? Yes, good brother.
More of a comment on how you often on as long as they show you the data for your karma.
Yes.
That was really critical in the sense that I'm thinking about that a lot. How these people do whatever they're doing.
And escaping the judgment.
In the
How they escape their judgment so far? Because they're operating on implied consent. They already told us what they're doing. And yeah, because we're not actively speaking out and like, nah, this ain't implied consent. Okay, so yeah.
Maybe they're not escaping their judgment. Maybe they never jump no line.
Or maybe they're let's say prolonging their judgment.
So what I mean by that is, maybe the timelines that let's just say, maybe the timelines that we're following make it seem like they're jumping their judgment. You see what I'm saying? So let's just say it's supposed to be my calendar, my astrological awareness of my people will say, okay, listen, this time 2023 is when it's going to start. But they're telling you that, listen, our calendar says 2020. So obviously they jump two years ahead. But it's not really 2 years ahead, that's what they put there. So you feel that it's like that because you can't escape the common balance. There's no escaping. The universal law is universal law. So you can't escape. And since you can't escape, and there's no wrong and there's something else that's missing. We're just not calibrating our calibration to see where they are at. That's what I'm seeing, because there's no escape. There's no like, it makes it seem like somebody is stupid to escape. Miss me. It's not missing. It's real.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
What I meant by being Superman we have to stop worrying about anything else. That's it. And do us.
Yeah.
Do us.
Do us.
That's what I meant. Like, inside. Inside, we're powers. Bring that up. Yeah. That's what I meant by being Superman.
Yes, sir.
Inside. Don't worry about too much what they do and what they're doing. They're not what we are. They're trying to get what we have.
I affirm that.
We have that in our blood. We have that to bring it out. Because they're waiting.
I affirm that. Yes, sir.
That's what everything. That's the thing, meditation. That's eating. That's how you speak. That's how you act. That's how you live.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
I got a next hand. Yes, Fred.
You're absolutely right. They are telling us every move they do, but we don't know who we are to receive what they're telling us. They're telling us, we're going to do this, we're doing this, we're doing all this, it doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do with black and white, but we're not going to be ourselves. We're doing something we don't know or something that's outside of ourselves. Coming up with this sleep. Because it happens to me. It's happened to us. Like I said, shut down his computer. We're watching TV. Everybody got a phone on it that ran off radio frequency. Everybody's tapped in right now. And they're hitting you hard. I mean, one time we had 11. We lost that. We don't know where we are. No. Now we don't know smoke signals. Sometimes you pick it up and say, oh, I'm just thinking about it. But the thing is, as long as we keep on feeding into their energy, they got us. Now we run around here trying to, debate who we are, trying to do this, all these different things, instead of really being ourselves, just drop to find what he was trying to say that Superman, that, that energy that we have with the carbon force that we're creating to the universe. But we don't want to be ourselves. College always tells you the thinker industry is strong. And we fall right into it because we gotta have the latest gadgets. And we gotta have the latest everything that ran off of radio frequency. And the phone tells you when you look at it. You don't keep this one too long by your head, don't keep this one by your body. And this is what's happening. But we gotta go around 24/7 and we start, I know there's nothing wrong with these TV shows. I haven't watched TV in a long time. I mean, the longest time my brother over here tell you, I deal with smoke signals. One reason why I went and got myself a cellular is because it's a new Joe like that. But that's about it. But at the same time, I mean, as long as you want to deal with these radio frequencies and stuff, the computers and stuff, it's telling us about it's real. It's really real. And these shows, they're telling us it. You want it, we're giving it to you. We tell you right to your face. You can't recognize it.
Yes, brother. Yes.
That's what I, just to add on what you guys are saying, this falls back down to, ignorance is the mark of truth, and silence is active. The fact that this information is out there, by not even speaking about it internally, you're already affected. And that whole empire, cannot commit
Shouldn't go vital.
unless you invite it. So the fact that all this is going on, the issue is we have to go back to the law, as far as just the micro level and the macro level. Because it doesn't matter, as you said, it doesn't matter the time that you worry about the ground that, and so you can't really say, well, we have to go back to our old life because based on our old life, but it's based on the institution. So we know that what we cannot see in our lives, we have to do that one. Because the ignorance is the Lord will see. So once we know who we are, and we know how the law works, we have to our health. Understanding that this power is from the sun, and from the business, not out. Therefore, we bring all that. Because from the moment that we ignore the law, the effect of the law is 3 or 4 times harder. If you walk into something that you know exists, again, you're still acting like it doesn't exist. You have to pay attention to that. You have to pay attention to yourself first, and then
Yes, sir. Give thanks for that. All right, good, brother. Yes. Rastafari. Give it up again for Brother Rastafari. All right. So, we're at closing time. We want to thank everybody for being here. Give yourself a round of applause, please. And give our Nobel Quality Day recipients a round of applause. Oh yeah, don't forget the food. Give the food a shout out. And as well as all of our vendors down here today. For our cleanup, we pretty much have to have everybody out of here because the setup for us to clean up is not going to be anything like what you see right now. We got tables set up and all that stuff. We got to leave the place how we found it. We have maybe about 15-20 minutes. Chill for a little bit. Build. Please support the vendors as well. One more for our brother Setting Around Baby. Brother Amari, you got any announcements right there? None? Oh yeah, if you didn't hit the donation table when you came in, please make sure you talk to Brother Amari in the black shirt with the turban around it on the back. Make sure you give your donation, give your support. And one more thing. We have also Sister Alina has some words.
And also there was a company created called 13organics.ca, and 20% of all the proceeds go towards us building a youth study program for the children.
You still streaming?
Yeah.
All right, so this ain't for y'all watching the stream. This is a formal announcement for Canaanland and an invitation. On April 1st, we're holding our first Moorish Masquerade Ball. Well, it's our first annual Moorish Masquerade Ball. So anybody who can make it down, probably in about a week, we'll have a flyer up. I'll send it to the sheet. She can send it to all of y'all. But that's April 1st, and fill it up, and we're gonna have our first Moorish Masquerade Ball. So more details to come. So y'all more than welcome. Y'all family to me.
We should line up for Philly tour that weekend.
And the Mystic Philly tour that weekend.
The other thing that we want to do Every year we get our Noble Jubilee Day picture. If you notice on the side over here, these are some of the past Noble Jubilee Days, some of the past events that we have. The Moorish Culture Club is pretty much just trying to document everything that we do. So we have a timeline of what we've done with regard to the illustrious work that Noble Jubilee started in 1913. So with that, we have about 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes, we're gonna have to clear everybody out so we can get the spot cleaned up. Please support the vendors once again. If you could get 2 of something, please support, because the vendors came a long way to get their stuff done. And we also have the raffle, so we're gonna get those numbers out right now. If you got your raffle tickets, just pull those out so we can give away some stuff before we close out. Sister Amina, is that guy coming up here with the? All right. And Islam to everybody online that was tuned in today. Peace and love to y'all. So we have 4 items to give away. So please get your stuff ready, and we'll. So the first thing is the necklace. Now we're going to give it up. And first ticket, 684 1694. 684 1694. Bring all y'all to pick your stuff up. There it is. Give me a round of applause, please. Next number. We're giving away 5 on the left, 2 on the right t-shirt. Looks children or women. 684-1702. 684-1702. 684-1702. Going once. Going twice. 684-1702. All right. 1731. 684-1731. Going once.
1731?
1731? No, they left 2. Lost off, too bad. 684-1692. 1692? No 1692? Alright. Alright, people left. 1735. 1735. 1735. There it is. We get a round of applause, please. All right, two more prizes. 1732. 1732? Nope. 1732? There's the other one. Round of applause, please. Last number. 1739. 1739, there it is. Last one. Round of applause. All right, so once again, we have about 15 minutes. See? Pointed at that people. All right, so like we said, we want to, if you don't want to participate in the annual picture, you can stay where you're at. But whoever wants to get the picture, we're going to do it up on the stage. So if you can get all the women and children in the front of the stage, and everybody else on the stage, so we can get our annual picture taken, and then have our time to build a little bit. So if we can get that done right now, that'll be great. Thank you again. Yeah, I thought it turned off. Let's turn off. So we get everybody up to the front so we can get this picture taken as soon as possible, please.
Yeah. Hey, we would allow performance to go loud, no matter. We would allow performance. We would allow performance to go loud, no matter. Loud performance.
Just waiting for our man to come and get this projector screen off. Is that everybody for the picture? Nobody else? Everybody good? Let's get this picture taken in now.
I'm sorry. More traffic in the building. More traffic in the building. Yes, more traffic in the building. Into the building. Get in here. No, I'm in here, buddy. Take one for yourself.
Hey, we need to tighten up for the picture, y'all. We need to tighten up for the picture, y'all. Stop acting like we met each other. Tighten up.
Making more models than half the colonists got the rival. Inquisition is governors and secretaries of state got stateless on the tables like way by state with no care for a jury. They be black red. From the premises from the niggas to the bastards.
You guys got one, Mark? Yes, Mark. Nationality strips them must be reality. They bodies are breathing in this third dimensional illusion. Organized chaos, confusion, stealing your attention, mental intrusion, universal law. Basically, we are way above the shit. In other words, get in tune with the spirit. Take a breath and accept
Ten minutes, so we can get this place cleaned up.
See that?